Hey, afternoon everybody, how we doing? I've got a yellow light on my stream. No. Right, we should be back with audio, and I've got a red light, which is good. Red is good on this. Yellow is bad. So hopefully we're back. So let me just get the chat back up if I can find you all, unless you've done a runner. Yeah, we're back. I think we're okay now. Oh, and they're still flickering between yellow and red. This ain't good. What is going on? It's better. It's better. Audio sync's bad. It'll catch up, Harb, hopefully. It should catch up in a minute. Let's wait for it all to settle down. I've got a red light, which is good. Low resolution. It'll catch up, Multi. It's just because I've rebooted, mate. If you see my screen, so you can see down the bottom here, the stream light down here. That's that went orange just now, which is why it started buffering. But it should be fine now. It'll catch up. It'll catch up. It'll catch up, don't worry. You don't need quality, it's quantity. Ah, dear, apologies for that. Boy, you gotta love teething troubles, haven't you? The joys of live streaming. Right, where did I get to? I think I got to Les Jervis. Dave Rhodes, hi Dave. Rob Tiver just said hello. Moti, yeah. 80, hi. Feed the goats. A lot of luffering for Jeff. Rich saying it's unwatchable. Welcome, Rich. Harp's in. A ring rotating on my nose. Hopefully my ring's gone. Let's not go there. Cyberflyer, how you doing, mate? Fat Tony, my monocle slipped. I ought to have a monocle, didn't I, really? And a cat. A cat to pet, that's what I need. I've only got Labradors and they're a bit big for your lap, really. Afternoon, Brett. Hi, Gavin. I'm getting there, Rob Cross. Hi, Rob. Hacker gods. Yeah, they don't like me doing. They don't like me doing Sony stuff. Right. Let's have a look. See here. We got Aston in. Hi, Aston. Still out of sync? I don't think there's a lot I can do about that without assing it all up again, so it'll catch up. It'll catch up, as long as you can hear me, Benji. It's, the audio's coming through the main camera here, so I'm pretty sure I've got a 10 millisecond delay on it. No, it's Camlink 4K. It's not coming through that at all. You're fibbing. It's coming through that one. Okay, and no, it's not that one either. I'll get there in the end. It's coming through Intensity Pro 4K. That's what it's coming through. Yeah, I've got a 15 millisecond delay, so it should be all right. It's just because the internet was lagging. It'll catch up in a minute, people. Don't worry. Don't panic. Don't panic. Oh, I got everything turned on. I think I've got one light not turned on, but I'm not worried about that for a minute. Borley, you already repaired your Sony ICF-SW800. Yeah, tricky little radio to pull apart that is, isn't it? I've got a couple of them here, Borley. Afternoon, Derek. So yeah, I've got a couple SW1s here. One that I've done, but I sort of botched it a little bit because I didn't have one of the SMD tantalums. I had one of them short, so I butchered a normal radio electrolytic in there, and I didn't have the right super cap, so I shoehorned a square one in there. But apart from that, it's all working lovely now. You picked up a couple Sony radios today. Mum found a little Sony packet radio too. Nice. Tony says, like watching GB News in the early days. If we don't move our lips and just talk without moving our lips, the sync's fine, see? Your 2001D from your dad is still working. Yeah, they're good radios. There's not usually too much goes wrong with them, Borley. Sometimes the capacitors in the amplifier section swell up and pack up, and you get all sorts of weird audio issues. And various other bits and pieces, but 2001D's okay as long as they're left alone. As soon as you start pulling them apart, you get issues. Sync's fine. It'll catch up. I think if you're having problems with sync, just restart, and I think you'll find it'll be fine. Just restart it, Harb, and I expect it'll come back in. So with all that panic, I think I'm going to have a beer now after that. It was just all the shock of it all, really. So let's get you in on the blue mat. I've got the blue mat out today because you can bet your life that we're going to need to do some SMD work today. Well, we are. So we're going to go with this one that Mrs. Cruncher picked me up in the week, actually. She come home with this and said that she'd never seen it before. Now, the only time I think I've seen this was in the Christmas Advent calendar a couple years ago, where I had the St. Austell Ales beer calendar. And I think this was in there. But it is fairly rare. I say rare, it probably is in the shops, but it's just one that you don't really see that often. Black IPA, which sounds a bit weird, doesn't it? I don't know how they've made it black, but anyway. Yeah, lovely job. Yeah, just refresh, I think, and you'll find that the sync will be fine. So anybody else experiencing sync problems, just refresh, and you should be back to how you were. Just as a bit of a lag. So I really don't know why the internet suddenly decided that it wasn't going to play ball, but I've turned the Wi-Fi off. Hopefully, touch wood, if I can find some, we'll be good. So this is Cornish IPA from St. Austell Brewery down in Cornwall, next county down from me, just over the border. Have they made it black then? Roasted malt, black as a stout, but close your eyes and taste. This beer is a classic IPA. Yeah, I'm not sure how they've darkened it up. Anyway, F5 sorted it. Well done, Multi. I knew we'd get there in the end. So I didn't actually get back to work until Wednesday this week. So, and I've been stuck on that blimmin' Sony 2001 since. What a lot of work that is. Hi Rob Bond, how are you? Worn out caps. It's definitely, you've got to do the caps in those, Borley. If you haven't done the caps in your SW1 by now, then you risk damaging your board, and it's like that with a lot of these earlier Sonys. They had bad caps in them. I think the chemistry wasn't quite right. Aston might be able to confirm that, but I know I know there's certainly an issue with all of the early SMD electrolytics, really from the sort of SW55, SW77, SW1, and probably this thing as well. Well, almost certainly this thing. So I did put a link in the description to a service manual for this. So I don't know if you've downloaded that or not. It does taste exactly like an IPA. Still got one of Fat Tony's left. Still got one of yours left, Tony. I've got the Mad Goat left. I love it. I love the pictures on those cans. They're great. I need the artwork. I'd love to sort of frame up some of that artwork. It's really good. So Multi-Sen, they add black malt to the IPA. Yeah, Aston said it's true. 90s caps were the worst. And Rob's saying that his internet's struggling. My internet was, for some reason. Probably all the neighbours are home, much better. All got everybody's home because it's been raining, and they're all sat on streaming stuff, I expect. So yeah, if you didn't see the link in the description, let me just get that up on my screen if I can get it up. No, it was Electrotania, wasn't it? If someone wants to, one of the mods wants to post the link to that, I can't get to it at the minute. One of the moderators wants to post a link. Have we got any moderators in? I don't think we have. Have we? Yeah, Les is in. Les is in. I think it's only Les at the moment. So, cheers everybody. Not a great start, but there you go. The show goes on, doesn't it? So this is the victim today. It's difficult because it's got a really shiny door on it. Now this is a very strange radio. It's from early 1990s, I think. The service manual I've got says 1991. It's an FM shortwave 2-band receiver, ICF-SW800. But the unusual bit is this, because this is just a plastic front. It's no push buttons or anything, like, it's just plastic. But somehow it's I think me and Les had a quick look at it yesterday. And it doesn't work. Well, it does work. We'll have a look at that in a minute. But it's got some sort of infrared sensors on it, and there's like a matrix inside. And as you touch it, you actually form part of the transistor to switch that particular button on. Very, very unusual. There's another little display up here for the timer and the frequency readout. As far as frequency coverage, it goes from, I did see it somewhere. It's down the bottom here somewhere. Yeah, okay. So FM is our normal broadcast band, 87.5 to 108, and shortwave is 3.7 megs up to 17.9 megs. So 40 meters up to, let me see, it will do 20 meters. But obviously, it's not going to do the amateur bands because there's no BFO on this. So it's broadcast band, shortwave, no SSB on it. But then if the only stuff really on SSB is the amateur stations. If you're doing sort of proper shortwave listening, you wouldn't really bother about the amateur bands. There is a couple things on SSB, like Volmet is quite interesting to listen to. But really, if you're not worried about amateurs, then this would cover most things that you'd be listening to, really. So as far as the inputs, it ain't got a lot of inputs. There's no external aerial plug. We've got a tape recorder output, and we've got an earphone socket, and we've got a power socket. It says DC 4.5 volt center pin negative. So let me hook the power supply up a minute, and we'll see if we can fire that up at the right way round and not kill it dead straight away in one blow. Because, you know, that would be usual for me, really, wouldn't it? Let's have a look. So 4.5 volts, because there's only three batteries in it, 3 AA's. Swap the leads over. I have made up this lead actually. This is quite useful. So I've made up a couple banana plugs now, and I've got this braided cover on it. Much easier to use now. I should have done it a long time ago, really. So I've got one of those long 3.5mm jack plugs, because a lot of the radios, it's inset, especially like the Hackers and the Roberts ones, they go in quite a way, so you need a longer plug. So yeah, easy enough to make up. I bought these plugs online. They're shrouded really, but I've had to cut the shrouds off because they don't go into my power supply. They're designed for a multimeter really, but yeah. I'm digressing yet again, but you know. I bought myself a load of these to make up some plugs, but unfortunately I've been let down by CPC. So we just double check that we have got 4.5 volts. Center negative. If I can unravel the as usual, everything's coming to meet me. Massive great RS bag there. It's gone huge. Yes it is. It's an unusual one, this. You've never seen... I haven't seen it, Gavin. It just came up. I can't remember what I was looking at. I think I've got like a saved search for Sony ICF-SW service manuals, and I think this came up, and I thought, well, I haven't seen that before, so I thought, well, I'll do a quick Google search. And I thought, well, that sounds quirky. So I bought the manual first, and then searched for the radio afterwards, because the manual is a lot rarer than the radio. Right, let's just make sure I've got my voltage correct. Center pin negative, so that should be, yeah, 4.49. That'll do us. We're good to go. So plug it in. It made a little pipping noise. So you can see the displays come on at the top there. That's just the timer with a time setting. It's got a clock on it. Just pop that out. But the unusual thing about this, we've got this touch matrix here, which is, I mean, this must be quite early technology really, but if we open the back up, in here we've got some credit card size cards. It's got a little stand as well, which is quite useful. So we've got these little cards. So this one's card, let's do them in order. So we've got this one here, which is the timer card. So this allows you to set the clock up. I'll run through this in a minute, because it took me and Les a while to work out how the hell it worked yesterday. So we've got a little timer card. Card number 1. What have we got? So we got radio 1, radio 2, radio 3 and radio 4, but they're different regions. So this is southwest, Midlands, northwest, southeast, north. So all these are preset on this card, but I believe you can actually alter them. So, and on the back we've got BBC FM again. This is, I won't be able to get any of these because these are all up country. You've got Radio Scotland. It looks like BMRB, whatever that is. R City. Well, that's Wales. I'm not going to even try and pronounce that. Metro, Radio Leeds, Greater Manchester, Piccadilly, Capital, and it looks like Merseyside. So we've got this one. So this has got a lot of the shortwave stations on it. I want to get in a bit closer, really, didn't I? Let's stick the overhead camera on. Have a closer look at these because they are. It is interesting. I say I've never seen it. Never seen them before. So yeah, this one's. If I can get it in the camera shot. And this is shortwave stations basically. So we've got Radio Netherlands, Sweden, Swiss, Canada, Voice of America, Deutsch, German I assume, Japan, France and Austria. And on the other side, what have we got on there? Omnibus, so I'm really not sure what they are, whether that's ones that you can set yourself. It says BBC World. I think that might be BBC World Service. I think these are BBC World Service, and if you've downloaded the manual from the link in the description, it's got a list in there of all the frequencies that are programmed on these cards. And the last one is free memories by the looks of it. So you've got free memories that you can set to whatever you want. So you've got 10 on each side, you've got 10 on that side and 10 on that side. So it's a very unusual radio. I've never seen one like this before. I mean, some of the more modern scanners had SD card slots or little compact flash type slots where you could put stuff in, but say they're credit card size. So if you do buy one of these, really you ought to make sure that you've got all 4 cards, because they only come with 4 cards. I don't think there's ever any more cards for them except these 4. Let's go to the manual then a minute. It is unusual, isn't it, Gavin? The manual has a squiggle that looks suspiciously like HBH Willicott's Senior Engineers. Really? It's probably more like me, I suspect. Aston's on about the squiggle. That one there, Aston. So let's just zoom out a little bit and we'll just have a quick look at the frequencies that are set on this card. So this is UK version. So this tells us all the stations that are programmed in each cardlet. Let's get my beer bottle out of the way. So BBC FM. You can see the different regions. I think you can see that anyway. BBC World Service. It's got the frequencies beside it as well that it's programmed for, but I believe you can actually change these frequencies. Shortwave. Whether these are current frequencies, I'm really not sure. I never tend to write down the shortwave frequencies that I see, so yeah, interesting. Obviously the free memories are whatever you want to put them as. So yeah, as I say, this is the full service manual, and I've got to say that Sony service manuals are absolutely brilliant. I mean, look at all this. It's very large fold-out schematics, circuit layouts. I mean, it's if you can get hold of these original manuals, you've got to do it if you're working on these things. I mean, it's huge, bigger than A3. It's sort of A2 size schematics and that on it. And say the date on it is 1991. It says .3. But unusually, the one that I found online on Electrolytic has actually got 2 different versions, and I'm not sure what version I've got. Let's go a bit bigger. So here's a service manual on the screen. Let's go up a bit bigger because it's been zoomed out to cope with the schematics, which are huge. So here's our frequency range. Different models. They did an E model as well, which started at 76 megs. It's quite common. So you don't have to have the cards to make this radio work. So if you pick one up without the cards, it's not the end of the world, but it is the main feature of it. So it says it's supplied with 4 cards, 3 for reception and 1 for setting the clock and timer. But interestingly enough, it's all done with these light sensors, which are RPR359F, IC101 to IC104. This is what picks up your the touch sensor. These things here. I mean, I've got something very similar to this, like this rectangular capsule with 2 LEDs in it. But it looks like they're specific for the position on the circuit board. So really, I think if one of these goes, you're going to be stuffed. I don't think you're going to get these as a spare part. I might be wrong, you might be able to get them. I don't know where those little funny LEDs are. I might have some, I don't know, but I've got all sorts of weird stuff that I pick up. So then it goes into these frequency lists, as I say, different languages. Scandinavia, Portugal, US, and UK. So this is the frequencies. Just going a bit further because you probably didn't see it on the overhead camera. So again, a lot of these don't tally to here. I mean, I'm only going to get the Southwest stuff here. I believe Radio 1 is 97.7 here, not 97.9. Radio 2 is 88.15. It doesn't do the 1.5. It's just got 88.1, so that would work. Radio 3, I think that's correct, 90.5. Radio 4 is somewhere around about 92.7, so that's probably right. So this is on the other side of the card. So this is Scotland, Wales, Leeds, Greater Manchester, Merseyside, BMRB. I'm not sure where that is. Is that Birmingham? Radio City, wherever that is. Metro, Piccadilly Radio, and Capital Radio. And here's some of the shortwave stations. So we've got BBC World Service. And I'm pretty sure they're still around the 9 megs area. And they might still be on all of these, but I'm not really up to date with the BBC World Service. I know that they were doing broadcasts to Ukraine. Well, beamed at Ukraine from Wooferton, I think. But I can't remember the frequency now. I'm sure it's in the 9 megs. So here's some of our more common shortwave stations. I mean, Radio Japan, I don't think I've ever heard Radio Japan. I've heard Voice of America. Radio Netherlands, Radio France, I can get that, no problem. Sweden, I can probably get that. Swiss Radio, not heard Swiss Radio. Radio Canada might be a stretch too far, but it depends what power they're pushing out. German and Radio Austria. So that's those cards, and the last card has got these free memories. See, basically you can put whatever you want in these. Right, okay, that's enough of that. Let's get on and see if it works. Assad, how are you? If the IR transmitter goes, you can use one from a remote. Paul Drake, how are you? Hen, Esquel beer is the best. I know you keep telling me, Hen. I still haven't got any. I'll have to find some for you, won't I? I'll have to find some, or you'll have to get Esquel to send me some. Anyway, cheers. So I think we're catching up. BMRB was in Brum. Radio City's in Liverpool. Excellent. It's good to know all this stuff, isn't it? I mean, as I say, it's a really strange radio. Let's fire her up then. Let's put the power in. Are you going to focus? Are you going to play up as well now? Thank you. It's difficult to get the shine off of this because if I put it on its stand, it might be a bit better. There we are. So let's zoom you in a little bit. So if I turn it on, you push the little button in, I believe, and slide it. So I can hear that, can you? So I can hear a bit of hiss, drawing 30 milliamps, but no station. So if I go to FM, go to 100, which is classic FM, absolutely nothing. Just pop the aerial up. You do need an aerial for FM in here because I haven't got great reception. Aerial's bang on, by the way. I can just about hear something really very faint. Let's try radio 2, 88.1. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? It's coming. That's maximum volume. Spytromics. Afternoon, how are you? It is going to be lots of caps. So let's just quickly go over how these cards work then. I'm just going to just pop one of the FM cards in to start with. Let's pop the FM national card in, shall we? Because that's the one. This has got all the different stations. So if I pop the card in now, it goes in there, look, clicks in place. So as I touch it, you'll see the station change on the top. So it's working. And I'm only touching this, I'm not pressing, I'm just touching. So as far as that goes, it's working. So if I jet that card, let's pop the clock card in. You can hear it, it's trying, isn't it? Caps are reforming, I think. But it's going to be interesting to pull it apart because I say it's trying, isn't it? Anyway, to set the clock, you've got to hold down the time and just go on with the hour. Was it 38 minutes? Actually, that one's a bit slow. And when you're done, just push a little eject button on the bottom and out pops the card. So it is working. When we listened to it yesterday, we thought that certainly there were stations doubling. So when I was listening to classic radio, I could also hear radio 2 at the same time. Radio 2's on 88 and classic's on 100, so they're mixing somehow. They've shut down several years ago. Spytromics is saying, welcome Spytromics. It's an interesting radio, isn't it? I like it, but it's a bit more modern than I would normally play about with. So let's have a look at getting it apart then. That's what we all want, isn't it? We want it to come apart. I don't know if it tells you in the service manual to take it apart. Probably doesn't. A lot of these manuals stopped telling you how to take it apart. We've got user manual. So it's quite good that we got the user manual in here as well, but then we go straight into electrical adjustments. Yeah, straight into electrical adjustments. Let me just go further on into the exploded diagrams. It might show us there. Of course, they're on the back of this massive, great fold-out sheet. Yeah, it doesn't really tell you how to take it apart, which is unusual because some of the other Sony manuals do. We'll keep that to one side. Can't be that difficult, can it? Let's change cameras a minute. I can look at you here now. Michael Hyde, how are you, mate? Right, let's zoom out a little bit close, and let's get the screwdriver out. It looks like it's a Phillips screwdriver. Let me just check my cameras. Okay. Let's do it on the overhead camera. That'll do. Right. So we have got a little screw in there, two there, one there, and two there by the looks of it. That's the aerial up here. You can't quite see because I've got my ugly mug in the way. Let's get me out of the way. So the aerial's up there. So we don't need to touch that one. Let's have a look inside this thing now. Before I bought this, I did have a look because it did say in the description that it was low audio. Well, there's low audio and low audio. I mean, that is unlistenable, really. Oops, keep knocking the camera. Cool, these are in fairly well. It almost looks like they put a little bit of something in to stop them rattling out. I don't think they've been apart before. I mean, that one's got, looks like some sort of Loctite or something like that on the screw. Not sure. Thomas, how you doing, mate? I mean, it does look like it's going to come apart fairly easily, especially when you look at some of the other Sonys that are an absolute nightmare. I don't think I'll be doing any more 2001s, you know. 2001Ds, yes, at a push, but no more 2001s. The early version of the 2001D, I suppose, the predecessor. It was a horrible radio to work on. I assume that one's got to come out. These are all the same size though, which is good. Always a bonus. It's when they start chucking different size screws in that you've got all sorts of issues. Yeah, there is arrows on these. You can see there, look. Little arrows. So you're right. I mean, it's normally fairly easy to work on, but that 2001 is horrible. 2001D's all right, apart from the number of caps in the blooming thing. Right, I think. Oh, that was easy, wasn't it? It's also got a plate here. I take it this is some sort of shielding. Some sort of RF shielding, maybe? Where did that go across? Yeah, in this area, so maybe there's something there that's a bit RF sensitive. It's got one of these like claw type aerial fixings that just pushes against this bit on the board here by the looks of it. There's a light in there. Getting glare off that silver, that's the only problem. Sort of, okay. I'll play with the lighting. Is it going to be a fiendish ribbon cable? I don't think so, Gavin. I don't know. I really don't know. Because as I say, I've never had one of these apart. There is one video that I found on YouTube that shows somebody taking one apart, but it's not English. Okay, and I haven't watched it, to be fair, so okay, it just looks like it. There is a ribbon cable down there. Does that just lift out? Is there anything? No, it just lifts out. So this is our little conductive screenlet. Very interesting. Apart from I got it upside down, but you know. So you can see it's like a sort of weird circuit board. I don't know how to describe it really. How strange is that? Mike, how you doing, mate? Yes, it is club night on Monday. I'll be there. I think Les is coming. See, this has got a couple scratches on it, and I was tempted to polish them out, but I'm really scared if I polish it, I might get rid of something, if you know what I mean. But if you hold this in the light correct, you can actually see some very fine traces on this clear plastic bit. So really don't want to be going inside there. Maybe just a bit of air to blow out the dust that's accumulated. And I can already see an SMD electrolytic just there. Let's have a look. Let's pop the speaker out. Usually that's something that's got to be done before you can access it. Take the speaker out. Is it going to come out without breaking the plastic? Okay, so it looks like we've got a couple speaker terminals there, so let's pop that out. While we're at it, let's get you back on the main camera now for a minute. So it's going to be an interesting job, this one. Yeah, we'll be there, Mike. So let's just pop these off. So positive is the red one, or red stripy. That's our speaker out the way. What else have we got to do here? So there's no battery damage. Let's get that light over a bit better. There's no battery damage by the looks of it. There's a little bit of corrosion on it maybe, but not a lot. So luckily we haven't got any battery damage. Now I think, looking at it, that this ribbon cable does have to come out in order to take the front piece off. That's a bit scary, isn't it? Yeah, that does look like it's got to come out, but maybe I need to hinge it and then I can pull it. I don't really want to pull it while it's bent like that, and I don't want to grip it with anything because it'll break it. We've also got a little earth tag here that we're probably going to have to disconnect, because this board has got to come upwards and outwards. I mean, you can see in there, if I get the overhead camera fired up again. Get in there. No, that one there. So you can see we've got harsh lighting again now. We've got a lot of SMD electrolytics there, a hell of a lot. Have we got any bulging normal ones? Doesn't look like it, does it? They don't look to be bulging. We'll have a closer look at them in a minute. But yeah, a lot of SMD caps in there, unfortunately, but I did know that before I bought it, so it didn't put me off. I quite like doing them, really. Okay, so how does this come apart? That looks like it stays there. It looks like this plastic piece here comes off. It's already released from there. So we've got plastic clips here. I'm pretty sure that's going to have to come off on there, but I think I'll take it off from this part rather than the other bit. So that's this wire here. So where's my tweezers? Let's just pull that off with some tweezers. Come on, there we go. That's that one. It looks like we've got a clip here and a clip here and a clip here. Looks like the battery terminal holds it in as well. Can I just undo that, or do I need to desolder it? Should pull out, actually. That's solid. I'll desolder it. Let's just desolder it. Hi Doug, how are you? There's a lot of solder on that. It's my very poor Cilla Black imitation there. No, that's not going to come out, I don't think. It goes right the way through the board. I'm going to have to pull this. Let's get a screwdriver in there. See if we can ease it out gently. Are you going to come out, or are you going to play up? There he is. He's out. So that's that one, that one. They're all out, so why is it still hanging on? That one's popped back in. Tricky little thing. Mick McGinn, how are you? Let's just try this. So this is clipped in as well. This piece here. I don't like touching this stuff really. So that's come off. So let's pull the... Don't like the feel of that, but there we are. That was a bit scary. So there's our little touch panel. Let's put that well out of the way. Just trying to think. Looks like we've got a couple clips here as well, have we? Those holding something in? No. Maybe they're holding another. Yeah, looks like they're holding this piece here in. Well, that's metal. Hope you're paying attention, because you're going to have to help me put it back together in a minute. Oh, there's our little, all those little infrared things there that we're talking about. You see that? This is 4 banks there of 2. That's the little infrared thingy-jiggers. Right, so why aren't you coming apart still then? What's stopping you? Feels like, well, let's pop back in there. Just go back to the main camera. Okay, well, it can't come off with the volume pots. Okay, I can see a little bar over the top of the volume pot, so obviously that must have to come out somehow. So obviously retaining that piece. So how does that come out? Or is it just pushed to one side? Does it just pull out? Oh, okay. Spins all the way around and then comes out, that. Huh. I need to get that on camera. So it starts off that way round, spins all the way around and then just pulls out. I should then lift off. Okay, we're getting closer. Still something holding it. So this display. Still something stopping it coming out. It seems to be along this top edge somewhere. Bottom seems fairly free. Yeah, this area is free. It's just hanging up here somewhere. And again, it's this plasticky stuff, and if we pull it too hard, it'll break it. I think we're getting there. Something moved then. Very often they put sneaky bits of double-sided tape in there just to scare you. There we are. We're in. We are in. We are in. Oh, I can see one nasty cap there for sure. Okay, how are these? These look like they're push fitted. Well, we certainly don't want to be messing with those. Don't want this floating around, so let's just pop this panel off as well then. Come on, because it's like diffusing a bomb, isn't it? Taking this thing off. And why isn't that just coming out of there? No reason, it's just being awkward, I think. Should just unclip by the looks of it, but it won't. There we go. Whew. Whew. I need a drink after that. Cheers, everybody. Anyway, Andy, back. How are you, mate? You've done a car boot and got rid of some junk. Excellent. So Gavin's asking, is it going to be twist off the SMD caps or desolder? I think it's going to be a combination, Gavin, depending where they are and how easy it is to get hot air on them. If they're not close to plastic parts, I think we're going to be all right. There's one there that's dangerously close to a coil, so got to be careful. If you overheat it with the hot air, you can damage the coil. But this one here is definitely one that's a bit dodgy. So let me just alter the overhead camera and I'll see if I can get you in with a better quality picture. Okay, let's get a bit of light on the subject. How good is that going to be? Okay. So the one I'm looking at very first of all is this one here. Can you see all the brown muck underneath that? Well, you can see it. It's not great. I need one of those microscopes really with a camera on it. So if anyone's got a spare one that they don't want, you'll have to let me know. So there's definitely corrosion around that one, so we're going to have to be careful taking that one off. And it's got this coil right beside it and a ceramic filter, so probably don't want to be putting a lot of heat around this area. But that one's definitely had it. What else have we got? We've got another one there that looks a bit grotty. C89 is that? That one looks a bit dodgy, but that one will come off with the hot air. So we've got a plastic filter here, so we don't want to be putting hot air on that really. But I might be able to just stick a bit of aluminium around that. I might be able to do that there actually. Okay, so up here we've got, looks like we've got a DC to DC converter. Me and Les were trying to find this on the schematic yesterday, but we couldn't really find it on the schematic. Oh, hello. Hello. Where's this come from? Because a spring just appeared. No! Where did that come from? Where did that come from? That's scary. Okay, we've got a spring loose. Little ceramic, sorry, a little crystal, quartz crystal. So I suspect that we've got a capacitor in here as well. Very highly likely. So the actual electrolytics don't look to be a problem at all, do they? They look to be fine, but let's get the ESR meter out with the clamps on it and we'll have a look. So it's going to be various. I mean, I can cut them off. They're all small ones actually. So like that one there, I can get the wire cutters in that one. Get in there. I can cut that one off, no problem at all, down near the base, if necessary, and that one. I could twist them. Twisting is okay if you've got no corrosion. If you've got corrosion on it, I wouldn't suggest twisting them. I've done it. I've been fairly successful. And then I've had a couple where it hasn't been that successful, and just purely because of the corrosion. I pulled a couple pads on my SW800, but it was badly corroded. So I think most of these I might be able to get at with hot air. They're all really miniature as well. They're very low voltage. Let me get the old goggles on a minute and have a look. Let's turn my other light on while I'm at it, actually. A bit more light on the subject. A little bit more light on the subject. So let me have a look, see what we've got here. So C14 is definitely corroded. C89 is corroded. C90 is corroded. C119 is corroded. C22 is pretty badly corroded. There's electrolyte coming out of that one. Yeah, most of them, I would say 75% are showing signs of corrosion. So they're all going to have to come off. Okay, so 47, 47, 47. We've got a lot of 47s at 4 volts. We've got 2.2s, 22s, the bigger ones are 220s, 22, 1 at 50, 10 at 16. So we've got all sorts of different ones here. 4.7s, 47s. A bit of everything. So let me just see if I've got any of these 47s at 4 volts, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 47s at 4 volts, and then there's a 47 at 50 volts. Yeah, a bit of a mixture there. So let's have a look, see what I got. Hopefully, because I did stock up on these. This is my little SMD box now. I keep my SMD electrolytics in this. Useful box this is. So if anyone's struggling, then that's all my... So I think I've got the SMD electrolytics at the top and the SMD tantalums at the bottom. Now I'm not going to do this one with tantalums. I mean, tantalums are quite a bit more expensive. Unless there's one that I can't quite fit in there. I'm going to try and do them all with these. Like my 47s are 6.3 volts rather than 4. Are they the same footprint? That's the thing. If they're the same footprint, then there won't be a problem, but they are slightly bigger. Yeah, I might struggle to get those in. And so I might have to use tantalums there if I've got any small enough. What's the 47 tantalums like? Yeah, I might have to use the tantalums on there for the 47s. They're 6.3 as well, but it's slightly smaller footprint. Let's just go for it, I think. They've got to be done. They've got to be done, so let's just do it. Less thinking, more doing. So I think what I'll do is I'll just take a picture of my of these on my phone, and then I'm going to shotgun them off. It's not the sort of thing you want to be taking apart and then putting back together and then taking apart and putting back together, is it really? Let's just get the light a bit better up there, shall we say? Nothing there. So I think first of all I'm going to whip this little DC to DC converter thingy off. Are we all still here, or are we all gone sleep? It's an interesting little thing, isn't it? It's going to be nice to get it back working, mind you. It's still probably not worth a lot. I think I paid something like £25 for it, something like that. I'll get it up in a minute on eBay. I'll show you what I paid for it. It wasn't an awful lot. I was quite pleased to get it for that amount, actually. So it looks like we've got to take this this bit here off. Let me get you back on the other camera. Make it a little bit easier. So it looks like we've got to get this one off to start with. And then the DC to DC converter here is on the other side of it. I don't like these shields. There's shields all over that. 2010. No, I'm going to have to suck the solder off of it, aren't I? It's not coming off with it. Oh, I can smell fishy smell now, look. So there you go. That's a surefire sign that you've got leaking SMD electrolytics when you can smell that, I can tell you. The old fishy capacitor smell. Right, so that should come off now. Are you going to come off or not? Yeah, I think so. There we go. Scared it into submission. So it looks like we've got 2 tabs to remove that top. I need to find my little bit of silicone because my bit of silicone's, oh hello, a bit of silicone's actually come off now. It came with a little tiny bit of silicone tube, this solder sucker, and I can't find it. Without it, it's going to be dead pretty soon. No, didn't get it that time. So, is that going to come off? Ah, and we have got one in there. That, so just as well took that off. There usually is one in the DC to DC converter. And that one's corroded as well, right next to a coil, which is a pain in the backside. So the best way to do that is going to be with the hot air, probably. There's a lot of very dense components there, so it's going to be fairly scary, but got to be done. So this is the stuff that I use. It's something I'd left over from my days as a gas engineer. It's what we used to use for sort of like uneven closure plates. It's basically like a duct tape, but it's aluminium tape. Very useful, this stuff, for protecting stuff against heat. So we'll take the paper off the back. Let's cut a piece of that out. Where's my scissors gone? I had the scissors here the other day. There they are. Is it me or is the chat frozen? I am still online, aren't I? Yes, I am. Okay. You lot have all gone quiet. That's what it is. You're scaring me now. You're scaring me. Are you ready for a haircut? Right, so I'm just going to cut a piece. Pull the backing tape off. Oh, that's not Mrs. Cruncher coming back already, is it? It's a noisy neighbours, probably. Just see if that's Mrs. Cruncher. No. Neighbours going out, possibly. So I'm just going to stick this bit of tape down in behind. Sort of fold it around. Just to give a little bit of protection, stop it burning that coil in behind. Afternoon, Nick, how are you? So let's go to the overhead camera again. So you can see I've just put a bit of tape around there, because I don't want to heat up that coil really in behind. Twang. Hot air. I don't go mental with the hot air. It's going to be 380. Around about 380 I find is quite good. I don't need the air quite so aggressive. Air just over a third. Tweezers. And me funny specs. Got to have the funny specs on. Cheers, Robert. See what I'm doing then. So I'm just going to grab it out with the tweezers, go in, and I've got to be careful with these because they will go bang just when you least expect it. There we go, off. Let's turn that off for a minute. Unfortunately, I haven't got a fancy hot air station that goes into shutdown or nothing, or goes into setback when I put it on the stand. It's just on or off, really. I've got it twisted a little bit as well. It's actually pointing towards the hi-fi, which isn't always a good idea. Right. Let's get the soldering iron. I do like my little bent tip for this. Let's get my little bent tip out. Just going to swap those over. This is a slightly smaller tip on this one, and it is bent at sort of 45 degrees. I just find it easier to get in over the top of stuff with it. Soldering iron 350. So what I want to do is just put a little bit of fresh solder on. I'm using the really thin solder for this. You don't need a lot of solder. So I'm going to go in and tin the pad. There is corrosion on that, so let's just give it a rub around. Oh, nasty. I need to use some flux on that. Oh, let's stick you back on that camera a minute. If you can see that or not, it's not a great angle, really. The problem is if I zoom in on this camera, it does blow it out a little bit. I don't know if you can see that or not. But, at the moment it just looks a big mess because it's got a lot of corrosion on it. And my flux is starting to harden up. Let's just do that again. Put the extractor on. That's looking better. Let's get some Wiki the Wick. Wicked Wiki. I think we've saved that one. Pull my little bit of tin out of the way now. Probably make it a bit easier to see. Let's just change cameras a minute. I'll get that one a bit closer so you can see. There you go. That's better. Ben, how you doing, mate? And Sandra, hello. There we are. So I'm just going to clean that off with a bit of isopropyl. Let's clean all this other muck. It looks like that's leaked all over this area actually. It's pretty brown there. Where's that? Is that a via there? Is that a via? Or is it just a bit of something stuck on the board? Let's get some different tweezers and give that a little scrape. No, it's just a little bit of flux. What you got to watch out for is these little vias. There's two there, like right beside this capacitor that had leaked. So what happens is the electrolyte goes down inside those wires and it eats them away. So this is the other side of them here by the looks of it. Where am I? Yeah. No. Sort of here, yeah. So this is the other side. This is the wires here. They look okay. Doesn't look to be any corrosion, but give it a little bit of a soaking with isopropyl. Give it a wipe. This is a little bit long-winded doing it this way, but it will save you a lot of hassle and heartache later if you just do this one little stage now. So we need to check basically that this pad here, wherever I am, let me zoom back out again a minute, I'm in too close. We need to just check that this wire here does go through to the other side. So the only way to do that really is with the meter on continuity mode or diode mode. Just leave it on continuity. So let's just get that back on that camera. So I'm just going to touch that pad there, and that comes through on the wire here. So that should connect to there, which it does. And this one, where's that wire go to? I'm not sure, so just see if I've got a through wire on that. Yes, I have. So those two are fine. If you don't do that, and it has got a bit of muck in it, then you will end up with a radio that you've recapped and it still don't work. So one other thing that's worth doing is just to see if you can poke a little tiny bit of solder leg through, capacitor leg through it, just to get rid of any electrolyte that's in there. There we go. Bit of a faff, but if you don't do it, it could well come and bite you in the backside. So there we are. Done. So there's our pad C71 all ready to go with a new cap. And I didn't see which way round it was, but luckily these are handed, so to speak, and the positive is at the chamfered area. So this is 47 at 4 volts. So let me just see what's going to fit in there. Ideally, I'd like to stick another one in there. So the smallest I've got of 47 is 6.3. I wonder if I've got any different size footprints ones here. Sometimes they come smaller now. Will that go on there? No, it's just a little bit too big. It's just bumping against this transistor down here. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to need to use, well, not unfortunately, fortunately, I should be able to use a tantalum. So let's have a look. We've got one here, 47. These are 6 volts. How's that looking? So tantalum, the little bar is the positive, and that will fit on there just nicely. Thank you very much. Shaky hands, Graham. There you go. So that'll fit on there quite nicely. Afternoon, Jess. Back's better, mate. Yes, thank you very much. Bit of thunder and lightning there, is it? Thanks very much, Jess. Down there in sunny Cornwall, which has got storms at the moment. So you could do this under a microscope, but these aren't really that small. So, right. So how do we solder that on then? Well, there's all sorts of different methods, but the method that's recommended by NASA, so we can't really argue with them as such, is to put a little tiny bit of solder on the positive pad. Still got a little bit of corrosion on there. So I'll put a little bit of flux on that now because I've used up all the flux. Then the idea is that you slide it on while heating the pad. So let's see if we can do that. Let's grab our, and we'll just touch it and we'll just drop it on. The idea is not to dwell on the cap for too long. Okay, no, I'm not happy with that. Let's go back a bit further. He says, dwelling on it far too long. That's that side. Let's hit the other side. Job done. First one in. Yeah, looking good. A little bit too much solder really, but you know, better to have too much than not enough in it. Just put a little bit of flux on the other side because I did touch that one up quite a bit. There we are. Fine. So I can put the little put these little app back on. I've got rid of all the grungy stuff. This could take a while, by the way, people. So make sure you've got lots of snacks and, you know, you've had all your toilet breaks. So that one was certainly, of course, an issue. We'll have a quick look in a minute just to see what that's measuring. We can measure a couple more of these, actually. Let's just get off of that camera for a minute. Remember which one had the thing, not that it really matters. Just solder the cover back on that while I remember where it went. It's going to be interesting to see if this thing works after all this, isn't it? Should do. Right. Right, stick that one back in. There, and get in there. There. Let's put our little shield back on. Choice is actually on there. Excellent. There you are. You'd never know we've been there. You'd never know. Okay, next victim then. Next victim, Racing Demon. Thank you, Mike. You're out there. He's out there somewhere. This one here now, this is a 1 at 50, so nothing around that at all. So that one should be dead simple to get off with the hot air. Famous last words. Hello. Message on eBay. Could be Mrs. Cruncher's tent. Mrs. Cruncher's bought a tent, people. Well, we've bought a tent. So don't just heat these up, grab them with something. A little wiggle, because I say it will pop off and stick you in the eye. There we are. What I need to do, I think, is turn that nozzle around so as it's facing a better angle. It sits directly up, it's fine. Don't really want 380 degrees playing on the side of the hi-fi, to be honest. Not the greatest. So put a little bit of flux on here again. You can see there's a bit of brown there. Whether that's flux or it's been leaking, it's highly likely it's been leaking. So I'm just going to go in and tin these. Make sure there's no corrosion. Give them a little scrub. And wicky the wick. Isopropyl. Okay, so we've got two vias there, but I don't think that one goes anywhere. It does, but does it join that pad? Okay, so we've got to check those two vias out as well. Going to put a little bit more in there, just get it down into the vias. Need to find a little bit finer solder leg, really, that one will do. Solder leg, capacitor leg, just poke that down through the hole. Oh, I've just snapped that off in the hole. Did I? Strange. Disappeared off the face of the planet, that one is. Oh. Try another one. Where's that one going to then? Excuse me. Right, okay. Right, so those two vias, by the looks of it, they look like they go to the transistor on the other side. So it looks like that transistor, or that capacitor is across the transistor. So right, what did I do with my multimeter? Just check these as well. I don't think this one was leaking as such, so should be okay, but we'll just do it. Yeah, and that side. Where is it? There. Does that go to that one? Yeah, that's just a ground there. Doesn't look like that via is attached to that. I don't even think that's a via. There is there. There's a via there, which comes out to there. Yeah. Yeah, that's unusual. We seem to have a wire that's not attached to anything there. Looks like it's just a hole in the board, so whether they made a mistake with the board, I don't know. Right, so 1 at 50. Should have one of those. Yeah, we've got some nice worth ones by the looks of it. Right, little red one, little red one. God, my hands are a bit shaky today. What's going on? What is going on? I was up late watching these lads fixing electronics. Mr. Coder was up watching the Coder till nearly 1 o'clock this morning. How Phil streams at that time of night, I don't know. I struggle to stream in the afternoon, let alone the late night like that. So I'm just cleaning off my soldering iron at the moment. Like 1990, yeah, the service manual's dated 1991, Doug. Now, this has got one of those all-in-one chips. It's even got the audio amplifier on it, on the actual IC. So if that goes and you can't get another one, you basically you've got a dead radio. Okay, right, so that hopefully shouldn't stick to it. I'm still sticking to it. The problem is with tweezers, you get flux stuck on them, and it means that the capacitor sticks to your tweezers, which is a real pain. Let's try it again. Obviously, I haven't got it all off. Well, there's a bit of flux now on the side of that capacitor. Right, now one of the things that I do a lot is I get way too much solder on these things. I have sort of found a way of making that a bit easier. Put a little bit of flux on here. So what I do is I flux the capacitor, put him where he's got to go. Hopefully fairly straight. There we are. Let's go that way a fraction. That'll do it. Right, okay. So yeah, instead of sticking the solder in, all I do is I just pick up a little bit of solder on the edge of the iron, and with the capacitor already fluxed, just touch it, and the solder will flow in. You don't end up with a massive great blob of solder on it. That's done. It's not particularly straight, but it is there. It's on the pad. I'll do exactly the same with the other one, just a little tiny bit of flux on the end of the soldering iron. And I'll just touch that side. And the solder flows in. And if you try doing that by actually physically feeding solder in like this, you end up with a massive great blob of solder on the end of it. So if you just put a little bit on the iron, flux the capacitor and then touch it, it's a lot neater joint. I have done a few of these now. Okay, that's that one done. Next, what have we got here? We've got 10 at 16 stuffed in the monitor. Tony! Thank you, mate. And I've still got one of your beers left, Tony, which is going down next. Don't breathe beer in. Don't breathe it in, drink it. Right, that's those two. We'll keep an eye on the caps because we'll test some of these in a minute. Because I'm taking them off, excuse me, I'm taking them off non-destructively and we can actually test them. So again, this one's got a plastic former right beside it, look, and a plastic trimmer by the looks of it. So I don't think that's going to be sensible, excuse me, to actually physically take that off with a hot air. So I'm going to have to cut that one off, I think. So I'm going to have to come in with the things. I can't really get a decent angle on that. Can I come in from that angle? Okay, let's try coming in from this angle. Okay, I can get to grips with it. So I've got it. I'm just going to squeeze. Off he comes. So we can't test that one for sure. But as I say, it's quite badly corroded, so I didn't want to twist it. But this should, let's just bend it back the other way a little bit. It should come off. I should just leave the little legs behind. So this is method number 2. So you can see the legs are left in this little holder. So we can just crack that plastic holder out the way, hopefully. So you can see that is very badly corroded. If I tried twisting that, that would have been pretty disastrous. If you can see that or not, let's just get you in a little bit closer. So I don't know if you can see how badly corroded, well, yeah, you can see how badly corroded that is. That's pretty bad. So that one's absolutely had it. And I mean, that's, where are we in the circuit? See, that looks like a little trimmer there, but there's nothing to trim with. It says CT1 as well, which is normally a trimmer, but there's no way to trim that. But yeah, that is pretty bad. Let's just heat that up then and see if it comes off in one way. Jaden, how you doing? Thanks, Doug. Should have been a surgeon. Yeah, it feels like I'm a surgeon at times. So I'm just going to put a little bit of flux on this. I'm going to charge the soldering iron up with a little bit of solder again. Just going to come in and touch this and see if I can lift these legs off. If I can get any solder to take. Poor hell, there's one. There's the other one. So let's see what damage there is to the pads. Let's pop a little bit more solder on. Just give it a bit of a scrub around. So we're definitely going to need to check the vias on this one, because that is bad, but the pads are good still. Excellent. So let's just take that off with a bit of wick. And I think we've saved the pads there. I really don't want to have any lifted pads if I can help it. Usually if they're badly corroded like that, you will get one lift, but I think it's going to be okay there. So you've definitely got a wire right next to that. It doesn't appear to be connected to that pad. Okay, so there's a wire on there which I've just filled in with the solder. Just there. There's a wire there, there's a wire back there as well. Don't know where that one goes to though. So I'm going to have to check those, unfortunately, because that was a badly corroded cap. But as you can see, we've now got a pretty clean board. You can certainly see that wire that I've just been poking around at there. It's got a bit of corrosion on it still. So this is the FM oscillator according to this. So it could be why we were getting those stations mixing. Could be, couldn't it? Right. Now what I didn't look at was what actual value that one was, did I? 10 at 16. So let's first of all check continuity across that. We'll get to the other side of the board, that is. So we need, that's ground. So if I go to that and I go to ground on the other side of the board, just get you on the main camera again for a minute. Boing. So, okay. Where's that come through? Where are we? We're around here. Looks like it goes to there. Have we got a missing wire there? $466 ohms, that's a lot. I'm just going to stick a piece of wire through that just to see where it comes out, to make sure I am probing in the right place. Too big. On a smaller piece. I'm just using capacitor legs to poke through here, so they're varying sizes. One. Go through there. Nope. Ha. Yeah. Right, and I've put my tweezers down again. I'm just trying to find a small enough capacitor leg to fit down through that hole, because it is tiny. It's quite a small wire, that. That one there is quite small. That one might do it. Let's try that. So what I'm trying to do, can you see there's a bit of corrosion around that? C22 on the negative side just there. Trying to get a bit of solder. I mean, it might be that I'm going to need to bridge it anyway, but I just want to see. It doesn't seem to want to come out the other side for some reason. It might be that I've actually soldered the thing, but it doesn't look like it's got any solder in it. But definitely that doesn't appear to be communicating with the other side of the board. I think it's to there. Let me change cameras again. I think it's where it says record. Or no, regulator there. So let's do that again, so touch that pad. It's a pain this, but there we go, he is good. Okay, right. And the next one is that one, which comes out here somewhere. Comes through, yeah, that one's okay. And we got this one up here. Comes out just before there. Okay, that was not so good, I don't think. It's going to be one of these two, I think. No, that's those two. It's got to be that one there. God, I'll tell you what, this is quite difficult to do, but it's got to be done, unfortunately. Is it that one? Yeah, he's good. Okay, right. Whew. So we should be able to get a cap on it now. Not got a lot of those left, 10 at 16s. So let's pop another one on. No, not that. C22. So again, I'm just going to stick a bit of flux on. So you don't really need to be scared of SMD work. I would say, if anything, it's actually easier than through-hole components on a double-sided board, because they can be a real pain in the backside to get components on and off. So I'm just going to drop that one in there. There we go. That's pretty straight. I've got to touch it again, am I? And totally lash it up. Can't help myself. That's better still. Right. So I fluxed the board. I'm just going to, again, pop a little bit of solder on my iron. I say it's a bent tip, so it does get in the round stuff a lot nicer. So that should be on there. Yes, it is. Let's get in this side. We've got loads of wires to contend with here. Don't really want to be burning them. Let's say this is my radio at the moment. Whether I keep it, I don't know. All of these things tend to just sit around here doing nothing. What's that one? Let's just touch that one up again on this side. There we are. Another one done. 3 down. But another 10 to go. I'll tell you what gets getting hot in here. It's hot. Right, next victim. 47 at 4. Thanks, Rob. 47 at 4. I need to give it away. That'd be nice of me, wouldn't it? Oh dear. Right, we should be able to get this one with the hot air. I think we should be able to get in there without melting anything. We've got those there, but I don't think they're in the way. Let's get the hot air on that one then. This is a hot air one. Hot airer. So always grip hold of it with the tweezers, because in case it does decide to explode off the board. So this is 47. Ooh, smelly. There he goes. Nice. Easy. I say this isn't a fancy hot air station. This is about 120, 130 quid. Tenma. So you don't need mega expensive stuff to do things like this. I think if you're doing anything with a higher density, then you would really want to get something a bit more substantial, but we don't want to be spending thousands of pounds on hot air stations for this work, really. I'm just scrubbing the air, there's a bit of corrosion on that negative again. Yeah. Worth a try. Was it something you were after, Tony? You think it'd be a good... I think it's going to be a nice radio. It's really quirky, and it's quite an unusual memory system, really, isn't it? Right, we've got more vias there. Both of them on the ground plane. There's one there that actually doesn't go anywhere again. Why would they put vias in that don't connect to anything? I don't see the point of that, really. We can't get to the other side of the board there because there's a shield on it. So I'm going to assume that they're okay, because there's not a lot of corrosion around there. They look okay. Looks nice and clean. Looks nice and clean. There we are. C95. And I've already forgot what that was. 47 at 4. So that we know that we're going to have to put a tantalum in there because the other ones don't fit. I don't know that you can actually get a 47 microfarads at 4 volts now. So I'm sticking one of these tantalums. These are Vichy, I think. Vichy tantalums. You've got to remember that the positive is the one with the line on it, not the negatives. It's got to go that way round. So again, with the tantalums, we'll solder up the positive first. Or tin the positive even. Always the wrong way round, isn't it? The wrong way wound. Just pop it round that way so I can get it a bit easier. So let's just grab a hold of it, if I can get myself some wiggle room in here. And we're going to just heat up the solder and just drop it in. There we are, that's that one. And a little tiny bit of solder on the other side. Done. Simple as that. There we go. Right, next one up. This one's right next to a coil. It's not a transformer, it's a coil, but it has got corrosion on it. So really, we don't want to be twisty in that one, so we're going to have to get that off. I'm not sure what's inside there. What on earth is inside that thing? There's something inside here, look. What's that? Oh, it's just some sort of shielded can there. Yeah, it looks like there's a coil inside that. So again, we're going to need to be careful with the heat on this. Or do we just go with the choppy chop method? I think we might just go in with a choppy chop there, because I've got a ceramic filter there. I've got 2 ceramic filters there. I've got the plastic filter just behind. I've got this shielded can here, so and I've got another coil right here. So if I put too much heat on, I could damage any of those things. So I'm going to go in with the old choppy choppers and snippy snip that one off. So here we go. Ready? Gone. You gone? Arena, how you doing? So let's just straighten that up a little bit and prise him offy. So like a little rubber cushion that holds it in. Yeah, pretty badly corroded, that one. So again, let's just break the plastic base. So you can see why this radio wasn't working. I mean, that's pretty bad now. That's quite corroded. Yeah, pretty corroded. Right, so let's go with the flux again. Flux them up. So we haven't done the twisty method yet, but that might come, you never know. As I say, really you want a nice clean, non-corroded pads to do that, really. A bit of corrosion on those still. There we go. Cleaned. Wick. I believe that was a 1 at 50, wasn't it? Did anybody see that? I do seem to be getting a lot of Sonys in, as I said last week. It's not many people repairing them now, I don't think. Certainly not in the UK. Aston does them, I think. There, look at that. Just like new. C120. I will just double check C120, but I think that pretty much was a 1 at 50. It's typical C120s right off the page. Yeah, 1 at 50. So we got them. So we're going to go with a Redworth. A Wedworth. Again, it's a little bit tricky, but the I think the bent soldering iron tip helps with these because it is difficult to get in over the top of anything. Yeah, that'll be fine. Let's just flux the pads. Plonk them on. That lined up. Can't see the back. Not quite. It is now. Doesn't look straight, but it is straight on the pads. Okay. It would be a pain, Tony. It's not great. The problem with the hot tweezers, Jaden, unless you get like the really expensive ones, which are really fine, it's really tough to get in between everything on these. Well, I hear what you're saying, but it really would be tough to get in there at the actual component. I mean, if I just put my tweezers over the top, that was hot tweezers, I could sort of get down there. If the hot tweezers were the same size as my tweezers, if you know what I mean. But yeah, they do make a set of hot tweezers for my soldering station. Pace makes some, but again, the cost is a little bit prohibitive, really. I ought to splash out at some stage. I haven't bought any actual equipment for a while. Right, so let's get that. So just going to touch that. Hopefully the solder flow on, which it has. And can we get in the back there? Just going to touch it up a bit more. There we go. Done. Is the red band positive on these? No, it's negative on the SMD electrolytics. As I say, it's a bit confusing, Doug, isn't it? Twist and shout. What's Doug saying is SW800 uses little ROM cards that were made by another company for preset memory buttons. Very tiny SMD in that one. Great little radio though with SSB and sync detector. All right. SW07. I'll have to look that one up, Doug. I've not got one of those. I've not had one of those here. Right, so that's that one done. We're getting there. So we've got quite a badly corroded. Let's just do them as we go up the board. So we've got another one at 50. Okay, so this one is this one looks good. So you can see a few issues with this one. We've got a plastic connector right here, and we've got a ceramic filter here right next to it. Also, it's quite tight. I'd have a job to get the snips in there. So this is a twister. This is a twister. You hate me doing this, don't you? You're going to hate me for this. So I'm going to need to swap cameras a minute because I can't get in there with that. So let me just zoom you in, and we'll snap this one off together. We'll snap it in harmony. So we're going to go with a twisty method on this one. Purely because of where it is. Where are we? We're just here, aren't we, with this one? So let's just get in there with the camera. Okay, I'll go up a little bit so you can see the full wrenching effect of the pliers. The full wrench. So it's a case of grabbing it hold, just rocking. And when I first did this, I was really going mental and ripping them, and there we go. It's come off. No damage. Let's go back to the other camera. Twisty method. There you go. You've seen all three methods now. Hot air, choppy chop, and twisty twist. Choppy chop and twisty twist. What are you going on about, Graham? Right, so there you are. That's the twisty method, and that is the quickest method of all, really. Well, yeah, it is the quickest because it takes them right off. Obviously, it just leaves the capacitor legs on the board, so you just need to get a bit of solder and just wick them off. What's corroded that? That was a one at 50. But obviously no heat involved there. I've not melted that connector right beside it. I've not disturbed the ceramic filters or this main IC here. I mean, this is the IC that does absolutely everything, this one. Is this the one that you said had the 1990 date code on it, Doug, or is that another one? But that is the all-in-one IC, that is. So there we go, C27. Rich, thanks, mate. That's the old twisty method, as first seen by me on Mr. Carlson's channel. There we are, nice clean pad. Let's get another one at 50 out. So yeah, it's confusing, isn't it? Because if I get a one at 50, if I get one of these, so this is a tantalum. I think these are Chemet tantalums. So if you get these, you see you've got a stripe on there. Well, the stripe on the tantalum is the positive, and the stripe on the electrolytic is the negative. So you've got to watch what you're doing, otherwise you'll be in all sorts of trouble. And he says pinging a tantalum off. Right. Put the flux down again. And you'll notice there's a little pattern on the board as well, with the two chamfered off corners. And if you look at the underside of the electrolytic, you'll see that that's also got chamfered corners. If I can get it somewhere you can see it. There you go. So it's pretty easy with these. You've just got to match the chamfered corners to the chamfered corners, really. Just change to some other tweezers for some unknown reason. Right, load the soldering iron up with a bit of solder. That's that one. That's the other one. There we go. Another one bites the dust. Right, we're halfway through the board, but we're coming into the biggest area now. The big cluster. Look at this lot. Look at this. Madness, and they're all different values as well. Oh, great. Very close to this plastic one, but if we pull these out of the way, if I pull these two out of the way, let's just go to the camera. So if I pull these two out of the way, that gives me a lot more space. So what we got here, we've got a 470 at 6.3 and a 470 at 6.3, eh? Okay, I wonder if they're different ratings than those. Let's have a look at them on the ESR meter a minute. It could be that they're probably in the amplifier circuit. Where are we? Come on. There we go. So let's see what these are measuring. It might just say they're in circuit. This double-sided board, so these are going to be a pig to get out. .507, fairly high ESR though. 443. Yeah, that's quite a high ESR on that one. Why have we got two exactly the same voltage? I'm just wondering whether they're rated for ripple or something, maybe. So they're both 470 at 6.3. Let me have a look, see what I've got. Harvey, how you doing, mate? Cap madness. Certainly is. 470, no, they're way too big. Okay, 470 at 16 and 470 at 10. I think if I put a couple, should I put a 16 in there? 16 in there. I mean, it might be a clearance thing. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. It might be that that one's got to stay for clearance-wise, that smaller one. I haven't got a stumpy one like that. And a 10 is a little bit too tall. I bet that's why. I bet that's got to be small. So if I put that beside it, look, you can see that. Where are we? Yeah, so that's a 16 volt, which is exactly the same size as the 6.3. But that's a 10 volt, which is actually taller than the original 6.3. So not really sure which way to go with that. I think the best way I can go at the moment is to the toilet. So I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. I'll be back and you can let me know which cap to fit. Right, let's carry on with this. We'll get open the crazy goat drink next. That needs to come out. The crazy goat drink from Fat Tony. Mike Jones, how you doing, mate? Right, what are we saying here? Doug's saying the CXA is basically the entire radio on a single chip, including the audio amp. If it goes, you're pretty much stuck unless you can find one. Yeah, I totally agree. You're in, Theo. How you doing, mate? Theo's in the house. Whew, take this off. It gets me head off this. The other thing with this is the band is perishing on it. So the black band inside here, this is perishing. So every time I wear it, I get a black stripe across my head now, which is really impressive, especially when I go down to see the post lady to get me post, and I've got a black streak across the front of my head. So I need to rig something up there, really. The rubber's just perishing. These are quite old now, but they are absolutely brilliant. I would be stuck without these. Well, I wouldn't be stuck, because originally I had a bench mounted magnifier that I used all the time. But when you're filming and streaming, it's very difficult to get anything in the shot when you've got a whacking great magnifier in the way. So these, this is the reason why I got these. So they are very useful. So I'm really not sure what to do with these caps. I think the big one was the one that was causing the problem. This one here. So I think what I'll do is I'll It's double-sided board, so I'm going to use the desoldering tool for this rather than the normal solder sucker. There's my beer going. Right, okay. It's time for Tony's Crazy Goat. What I need, Tony, is I need some of these pictures. I don't know who the artist is on these, but I think they're brilliant. Brilliant pictures on these. So this is Purity again, from up in Warwickshire, I believe. Tony's neck of the woods. This is Lawless Lager, and the picture on the front, it does say, it says it's named after our maverick farmyard fiend, Bruno the Goat. Just like our lager, he's a law unto himself, full of character and with a sharp kick. Look at he, Bruno. Excellent. This isn't sponsored, apart from by Fat Tony. So, cheers, Tony. The Lawless Lager is going in. I can probably get a replacement band from Optivisor. I might be able to, actually. That's a good point there, Doug. I don't think I'll get it under warranty unless it's got a lifetime warranty. It's good quality visor, I must admit. It's not a cheap one. It's proper glass in it. I do have quite a few people asking about the visor, but there we are. Purity, good stuff. Cheers again, Tony. So yeah, this is Optivisor, made in the US of A. And the lenses I've got in this are number 5. I'm not sure what the magnification is on number 5, but they do different lenses, so you can change your lenses. But as I say, this band is just starting to perish now. Yeah, ask him, Tony. I'd love to get some, just get some, maybe a print of all the 4 different ones that you let me have. So they must, the artist must make his own stuff. Yeah, find out the artist if you want, Tony. That'd be great. So cheers, Tony and all. Not very often I have lager, but I don't mind a lager when it's nice and warm. But I think Hen was saying I need an Urquell or something, wasn't it? So I'm just using the desoldering tool to take these off. And they're either going to come off nicely or not. Yeah, that one's come off nicely. So was this the one that was the high ESR? If it is, I'm going to leave the other one be. Now I've got to remember which I didn't look when I pulled that one off yet again, look. Can't remember if it was that way round or that way round now. Oh well. Luckily I've got the service manual, so all is not lost. Which one is it? C34. That's further over, isn't it? Yeah, positive is the other way round on that one. Sneaky. C34, C42. Yeah, sneaky. Okay, so C42, the positive is on the bottom and C34 positives on the top. Right, let's try it on the ESR meter now. It's actually out of circuit and see what it says. Use a strip of sticky store sealing tape to replace the black band on your focal magnifier. You can wrap a band with Rexine. Yeah, I was thinking of just putting some toweling on it because it does make me sweat. Right, okay, so 6.3, 470. Yeah, it's not gone that high. 505. 0.58. Was a brand new 10 volt one measure. .421, so that's gone low. What does the 16 volt one read? 474.38. We'll stick that one in. It's identical size. So maybe it's the other one that's the dodgy one. One of them read fairly high, so I'm going to stick a bit of flux on here. I'm just going to touch it with a soldering iron with some flux already on. Soldering iron's turned off. Didn't like me going toilet and leaving it on a Tango mic. Good evening. Weather there's phenomenal, I bet it is. It's been nice here. Daniel's in as well. Hi Daniel. Your son's at a birthday party. Barbecue weather, isn't it? Right. Let's get the old goggles on, just have a quick look at my soldering work, make sure that's okay. No, that second one's not taking very well. It's pretty dense boards on these. Takes a bit of heating. I mean, I've got the soldering iron on that, and that's not even melting, so I'm going to need to stick a bigger tip on that. Otherwise, we're going to have a dry joint there. So let's go a bit mentaler for a minute. I want that tip back in a minute. Actually, I'll leave it on the bench there. Let's stick a high density tip on. That'll soon sort it out. Soon sort it out. Dear oh dear. Right. Ah, no problem. There's much more thermal mass on this tip, so you can see the big lump on the end of the thing. Phoenix, how you doing, mate? There we go. Happier with that. Just snip those off. Snippity snip. Yeah, I think that one is squat for a reason. I may have to change it at a later date. But is that the one that had the high ESR though? That's all I want to check. No, that one's pretty good. 450.64. He can stay. He can stay. Right. I was going to leave that one out, wasn't I? So as I could get these. No one said anything, have you? You just let me do it. Oh, you don't look after me. Oh dear. Right. So let's just pop that one back out. pop that tip back in. So how are we going to do these then? How are we going to do these? Can we do twisty on those? I can't get in with the pliers and chop them. Ceramic filter. Might be able to do that with the tape actually. Let's do it with a tape. I should have done that before I put that other one back in, really. I could take it back out, but plenty of mass. Like a lot of mass on it. Yeah, surprising how dense these boards are, and just a normal soldering iron tip just won't touch it. You do put more heat into it, then you overheat the board, really. So you do need a decent size tip. So I'm going to go and do a bit of dressing up now. Let's just stick this bit of tape in beside that plastic, lovely plastic ceramic filters. Why do they make them plastic? Just for me to melt, that's why they do it. Okay, that's that one done. I'll say this tape does come in pretty handy, and I suppose I better put a piece over my capacitors because they've got a plastic cover on them and that will melt with the hot air. So I'm going to shotgun all 6 of these off in one hit, I think. I think that's the plan. Seems like a plan anyway. Whether it'll work, I don't know, but you know, we'll give it a go. Being that I've got the heat down in there, I should be able to get them all off at once. So it's like a little valley of capacitors. Capacitor valley. Everybody would want to live in Capacitor Valley. Graham, you're talking rubbish again. Right. So let's get back on the overhead cameras, come out a little bit. So you can see I've got a little valley there. So if I hit the air across from this way, shouldn't damage anything. I've taken a photo of those so I know what they all are. 247s, a 4.7, a 10. I might take another one actually a bit closer up. Much easier. Right, let's get them off. It's going to be tough to solder these back in as well, so we might be going with tantalums for these. Tantalums give you a bit more working room. Right, I'll start heating. Alright, where's me tweezers gone to now? Oh, there. I've got a gaggle of tweezers going on here. Oh, one. Two. Oh, he's gone. 3. Get off. That's 4, 5. Look at that. All gone. So I knocked the camera there a little bit, didn't I? I got all excited. Death Valley capacitor, hell yeah. Into the valley. Cool, I need a lager after that. Cheers everybody. Right. Got a lot of tools all climbing up. Got the old twisty pliers, the old snippy snippers, lots of different pairs of parts. Out of the way. Yeah, nice little cluster of caps there. The hot air does make easy work of it though, doesn't it? But it's got to be careful with the whole burning situation. So let's take this off now, make sure we haven't melted anything. And we haven't. All good. Thanks, Les. Oh, that's better. Get rid of that noise. We don't want the desoldering tool for a minute. Okay. Let's get this lot cleaned up then. I've got a bit of corrosion in there, not too bad. Yeah, that's the worst couple there. They did Harvey, yeah. What hell air station do I use? It's just a Tenma. Let's just get you around there and I'll show you what it is. It's sort of stuck in with my amateur radio here at the moment, which I still haven't got the aerial connected up to. There he is. I'm not sure what model it is, but I'm sure if you search on the internet you'd find that. ESD safe. It goes up to about 480 I think. And the tip I'm using, I bought another tip for it. I bought this angled one because it's a bit more comfortable working. It's quite thin. There is a thinner tip that I got as well, which is this one. I don't tend to use that one much. I find the thicker tips fine. It's got a couple other tips. This thing here came with it. I don't think I'll ever use that. But, and there's one more wider tip. I don't know where that one's gone down over the back somewhere. But this one here I bought separately for it, and this is my main one for this sort of work anyway. Let's get myself rearranged. Let's go underneath there, on the top of there, in there, on there, and up there. So I just pinched the camera then. Tip's not that thin. The other one is thinner. I think that one might be about 6 mil. I'll measure it in a minute if you want to know, Phoenix. Yeah, it's designed for an IC, isn't it? For a square square IC. So you put it down over the top of the IC, well, roughly, and it would just heat the pins around it, not the IC in the middle. I think it's more of a gimmicky thing. I don't know if anybody ever actually uses those. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use one of those on video anyway. Right, let's get this cleaned up. Somehow I've got my phone jammed in here with me as well. You use an ATEN 862D. Is that the fancy one, Phoenix, is it? And that ATEN make a very nice one that Mr. Coder and etc. use. But I think it's a bit pricey. Okay, if you're doing a lot of micro soldering SMD work, I suppose. But I did a little bit of research before buying this one, and I felt that for what I do, this one's more than adequate. And William very kindly gave me £100 towards it, Mr. William Beatty. And I still haven't managed to fix his AOR scanner, which is a shame. I really wanted to do that one, but it's got me beat, that one. I haven't 100% given up on it yet. I've had it way too long. I've got it better than it was, but it's still not how it should be. Right, let's clean this up, and then I'm going to get my photo out and work out what the hell got to go back in here. I'll let that go a bit cool now, haven't I? Okay, not a lot of corrosion in this area either. These all look pretty good. Let's get a fresh cotton bud. Let's get rid of some of these old sticky ones. Sticky buds. Remember sticky buds? The old sticky buds. Get them in your hair. You had problems, didn't you? Yeah, he probably is. That is the one then, isn't it, that some Coder uses, Phil, and a few of the others. Great desoldering station, but this does what I need it to do. Really, I'm quite happy with it. I think if I started doing smaller stuff, and my heat and air needed to be a bit better, a bit more constant, then I might have to invest in one. But I'm not doing micro soldering with it really. I do occasionally, but not very often. Doesn't warrant it, Phoenix, is what I'm trying to sort of say. Now this works perfectly well. Right, time to get my camera back out and have a look at what caps I've just ripped off of here. There's a whole lot of them in one hit, wasn't it? It was a one-shot solution. So we've got a 2.2 at 50. 2.2 at 50. There we go. We've got one of those. A nice little Redworth one again. But as I say, can I physically get in here to solder these? That's the thing. So that's got to sit in there. My tweezers have got flux on them again. Right, let's put this one on its pads and see if I can physically get in there to do this one. The problem is I've got this big ceramic filter smack bang in the way of all the negatives. It's going to be tight to get in there. I can probably get in with my smaller tip, but it's not very dense. So I can possibly get in with that one. Should be able to get at that one. Just this one here is going to be a problem. I mean, this tip will go in there, but look at going easier from this direction. But it's not very dense, that's the problem. Yeah, that's a tough one because of that ceramic filter. Don't really want to take it out. I could take it out, I suppose, couldn't I? That would make it easier. But do I want to heat the thing up, really? Let's see if I can do it. If I can't do it, I'm going to need to take that orange ceramic filter out, because it's really, I mean, I've just got this in my hands at the moment. It's not connected to the soldering iron, but it's going to be really difficult to get in there and get some decent heat in there. It is the ground pad as well. This is quite a fine tip. Let me have a think. I don't really want to do it with hot air, because hot air will melt the plastic. Base could come off a little bit. Could I get the bigger tip in there, I wonder? So it can come out a bit. Give myself more of a chance. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. See if I can get it hot enough to solder. Got to heat the filter. They don't like it. Yeah, I did think that. Hang on, we got some. Let me just catch up here. What's Phoenix saying? I'd be worried about popping those caps. You could remove that filter for now, then put it back. Careful not to overheat the filter. They don't like it. Yeah, I'm very concerned about that. Wet up the iron before placing it. The pad, that is. What I could do is just tin the pad to start with. That would give me a better chance. So let's tin the pad with the bigger iron, get it nice and hot. Swap tips. Bit of flux on it. Not too much. Tweezers. Let's see if we can flow this little monkey in. Get off. He is there, but I just want to slide him up a little bit further. There he is. So let's see if I can solder that other one, because I just want to go back in with a bit of flux afterwards and just touch that one up. Will it solder that? Positive it should do. Yeah. Let's go in there with a bit of flux and just touch it up again. I have touched the very edge of that filter by the looks of it. Yeah, he's good. He's in. He's in. Okay. That was pretty tough to get in there. So next one is a 22 at 6 volts. Now I'm just trying to think which is going to be easier. whether it's going to be easier to go down this side first and then do this side, or do them one after the other. They're all a pain no matter which way I go, really. What solder do I prefer to use? 6337 leaded, maybe Castor. No, I've just got, I think it's 6040, is it? I'm not 100% sure, actually. 0.75. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm looking at the wrong one. No, this is I'm using the small one, aren't I? It's multi-core. It's multi-core 6040. It's a good quality one. It's 0.4 mil. No, I haven't got Castor. Again, I'm not really doing stuff that needs that sort of kit, really. So if I put another one there, I'm going to struggle to put that one in, but I should have probably started it there and come back to myself, really, shouldn't I? But I wanted to get that one out of the way first, because that was the toughest one to do. Do the hardest one first, and all the rest are easy, and that's my philosophy. Right. 22. 6 volts. Was it 6 or 16? I think it was 6, wasn't it? Yeah, 6. 22, 6.3. Yeah, we got some of those. Small footprint ones. So what I'll do is I'll stick this one in, and I'll flip the board, and then I'll sort of back to myself. Right, well, that one's going to be tight as hell as well. Yeah, these are really, really squashed in tight, aren't they? I should have done it, took the caps out and took the filter out, really. Make it easy on myself, but we don't want it easy, do we? We don't want it easy. So I'm going to use a very thin tip again. It did seem to flow that, so I don't want, it's still on 350. I don't really want to pump it up any higher. So again, I think I might tin that pad first. A little bit blobby, that one, but bit of flux will sort that out in a minute. Yeah, I've made this very difficult for myself, haven't I, really? Just tidy that side up with a bit more flux. Oh, hello. Just bridged them. We got a bridge. Houston, we've got a bridge. Bridge alert, bridge alert. Let's get rid of that, because that is positive to negative. We don't want that, really. Nice. There we go, 2 down. So I'm going to flip the board round to me now. Make it a little bit easier. And now you can't see anything, which is, you know. We got sexy chat. Adult dating site. Well got, Nick. Kester is way too expensive. Yeah. Sexy chat. God damn, I really wanted to click on that as well. Oh. How you doing, Danish? How you doing, mate? Right, let's crack on. Let's crack on. Right. What's the next? Got to get this done. I've got to get this done. I want it fired back up and working. The stream will not end until this is working. So I've gone and got them the wrong way around now. So we've got a 4.7. Let's do these two first because these are tight. Fat. I'm going to struggle to get those in. So we've got two. What the hell is that? R47, 47 at 50 volts, is that? R47, 50 volts. 47 at 50 volts. I don't think I've got any 47s at 50 volts. Why on earth are they 50 volts? Let me just check the schematic on those then. So that's C31 and C. Can't see. I can't see C. C31 and C117. C31 and C117. So C31 is 4.7 at 35. Hey? 117. 0.47 at 50 volts. Okay, this is confusing the hell out of me now. Let's have a little look-see, because oh right, okay, yeah, one is definitely 4.7. At 35 volts. Okay, we've got that one, 4.7, that's beside the 2.2. So that goes in there. 4.7 at 35 volts. So we want those two there. So what I'm looking at is this, well, you can't see that, can you? It's R47, so that possibly means 0.47. So that's the ones I've taken out. R47 at 50 volts. But it says something like 01V on top of it. Let's test one to see what it comes up as. Les, will you dick debt? Right, let's see if I can actually physically measure these. These are difficult to measure. Okay, low capacitance. So let's try the LCR meter. So that could well be 0.47 then. If I can get these whacking great probes on this. $132 picofarads. What? Of course, these are knackered, aren't they? 132 picofarads. Where's the other one? This is the problem. These caps are knackered anyway. Stop it. Stop it. Stay still. God, he's feisty. Right. $173 picofarads. So they've got to be 0.47 then, haven't they? So that is those two there, which is C117. It looks like C38. $470 NF, yeah, that's what it should be, I think. Oh, hang on, no, it's, where are we? Yes, it is, those two. So, for there. C38 and C117. .47. 0.47. Okay, this could be a problem. The smallest I've got is 1 microfarad. I might be able to squeeze a normal electrolytic in there because I've got some miniature ones. I need to put that on my list then, don't I? What we've got here, 0.47. So I might have to try and put a normal electrolytic on there. I mean, these are pretty tiny, to be fair. But can I squeeze them in there? That is the question. If I can, how can I? I think I'm going to need to take those two other electrolytics out. Going to have to be a bit of improvision here, I think. Just got a brew Benji. So these are pretty small. These are miniature electrolytics. So round about the same diameter as these, but they are a bit taller, but I don't think height's going to matter there. So I'm going to take these two electrolytics back out of the way a minute. And that's going to give me a chance to get in there with a soldering iron. Otherwise I'm just never going to get those soldered in, but I might just try and bend the legs. It's not ideal, to be fair, and I wish I had some of the right ones, but I haven't got anything that small. Not even in tantalum. 0.47. They're obviously knackered because they're not reading anything like 470 NF. And 1 microfarad is a bit high. Ah well. Ah well. Nigel, how you doing, mate? We're playing with some smaller stuff today, Nigel. But I have no SMD caps that small. I've got some ceramics. Could we use a ceramic in there? Does it have to be electrolytic? I've got ceramics. Does it have to be electrolytic? Because I've got my little sample book of many multiple caps, but saying that, these are probably going to be too small, aren't they? These are capacitors as well, aren't they? Oh, no, they're not just, no, they are. 470, have I got a 470 in there? Yes, I have. Oh, they might be a bit too small though. I say small, these are 0805s, but could I use a ceramic in there? Nick's saying should be fine. Derek! Thanks, mate. What do you think? Could I get away with ceramic in there? Does it have to be electrolytic? I don't know. You'd use a ceramic, Timothy? Anybody else got any ideas whether we could use a ceramic instead? Because otherwise I've got to put one of these in and sort of splay the legs out and lay them down. I mean, I can get these in, to be fair. I could get these in. But it wouldn't look pretty. Well, I'd make it look pretty, obviously. Let me just take these two out of the way a minute and we can have a better look then. Should have took these out in the first place, shouldn't I? I did say I was going to, and then I never did. Oh well. Come on, why are you doing this now to me? I've just put you in, you should come out easily. Right. That's giving me a little bit more wiggle room. That's giving me a bit more room, look. So the choices I've got are to stick these in, which would mean sticking the legs out sort of like that. To be fair, that probably will be fine. So it's either doing that and sticking an electrolytic in there, a miniature electrolytic, or going with the ceramics and putting a little, I can just about get them in that footprint. Well, thank you, Derek. Shall we go for the... Should we go for these? Will they bridge the pads though? Just, I reckon I can just get those in there. What do you think? It's no... Yeah. So let's do some wild changes with temperature. Yeah, I mean I can put I can fit an electrolytic in there. What do you think? I mean, if they wanted a ceramic in there, they would have fitted a ceramic in there, wouldn't they? Really? sod it. Let's do it, shall we? I like the look of it better. Beep, beep, beep. Ceramics. Whatever next. There's one. We're going for it. We're going for it. There's one in already, so we've gone past the point of no return. Right, so I do what I did with the last one. I just tinned the pad. I've got my micro soldering tip on. It's probably a bit small, but it's got about enough to just heat the board. I mean, these are big by comparisons to some. This is 0805 size. There we go. 2 ceramics. They are fiddly little things. Shall we see whereabouts in the circuit they are? So what did I say? It was C38 and C117. Let's have a look where in the circuit they are then. It's somewhere around the area of that mental IC. So this is the main IC up here. Let's just zoom in a bit further. So C38 was one of them. So C36, C38 is here, look. 0.4750 volts. Let's just go in a little bit closer. So C38, what is that doing? That's coming off the detector output. And then it's that's also joining there, coming to the buffer. And where is this then? Where's that? It's also coming down through here off of Q43. So that's the 2 in question. Is this one here? I don't think I can draw on this, can I? No, there's no facility, I don't think, to do markup on this. No. So there we are, yeah, C117, 0.47 at 50 volts. Going into this buffer transistor, and the other one is coming into this area, which looks... just looking at IC8. No, that's down there, so that's not it. Where's this going? Where is this going? That's going to the record out. So that's taking a line out, is it? Where's this one going to? Same circuit. So it's all to do with the record out. So I don't think that's going to cause us any issues, is it? I don't think so. What do you say? Any advance? Any more questions? Well, any more advice for me? I need advice. Nick, where have you gone? Mr. Carlson's lab may disagree. I mean, it's only a very low value, isn't it? It's half a microfarad, basically. It is onto the base of a transistor in both cases. You think a coupling caps? I've already done it, Danish, I know. But I can easily undo it. This is what I'm saying. It ain't the end. I have the power. So while I've got the desoldering tool fired up and up to temperature, I'm just going to pop this one out. So I'll leave it on that for a second. Positive is a T, 1006.3. Hit cap lock. And no worries, Danish. Luckily, Stream Elements didn't spot it, so we're good. I'm not. Would you? You don't agree? Run away! You lot are just teasing me now, aren't you? You're just teasing me. You're scaring me. Leave it. Stop being a restorer. Make do with what you have. So, is that a good one, Rich? Are we saying that I've done good? Get it working. Get it going. Well, that's what we've got. I've put them in and I'm going to stick with it. If it doesn't work, then I can always look at pulling them back out again, can't I? But that little book of bits and pieces I got from Amazon, and they're all 0805. It's resistors and capacitors. And very useful. I've used a few on little bits and pieces where I've either knocked them off the board or I've had to move them out of the way to do something. So, yeah, C0Gs as well, some of them. Just temperature stable, I believe. So, yeah, useful to keep. I must get myself some 0.47 SMD electrolytics. That's another trip in for Mr. RS. Right, so we got over that bit. Panic over. We've gone with ceramics. I don't think that's going to cause an issue for a low value like that. It'd be different if it was a higher value or in a different part of the circuit maybe, but I think we're okay. So I need to stick one of these in, 6.3 at 1000, but we'll leave it. No, we can do that one. We've done all the stuff in that area. I should have some of those because I literally just ordered them in 2 days ago. 6.3 out of 1,000. There we go. Just going to pop that one in while I'm here. I'm sure the other one's fine, but while we're in here recapping it, it's getting done. Now I need to change tips. Yeah, glass slinger is absolutely amazing what he does with those valves. How he makes them is unreal. I haven't seen any of his videos recently, mind you. Recently, I say within the last couple months, but he does do an amazing job. Proper old school. Again, I'm going to need to touch that up with a bigger tip. What do I do with that one? It's on a big ground plane. Oh, cool. That soldering iron tip's hot that I've just took out. Cool. Teach me, won't it? Don't put a soldering iron tip on your bench, Graham. Even though you've got a heat-proof mat. Let me just go and stick my finger under the water a minute. Gotta love it, haven't you? I'm just sticking my finger under the cold tap a minute, nothing too exciting. Stop it. I could be here a while. Yes. So that was just cooling down from 350 degrees when I just touched my finger to it. They do cool down pretty quick actually, so I don't think it was that hot, but hot enough to burn the tip of my finger, I think. The worst one I ever did was touch the exhaust on a petrol lawnmower. I was mowing the grass and the mower cut out, so I bent down, grabbed hold of the body of the mower to pull the cord to restart it, and in doing so stuck my finger through the grill and straight onto the manifold. Basically, one of the exhausts, it was the actual manifold, and that was a hospital job, that was. My finger went like a wax candle, really strange. So went up the A&E, they got me straight in, and the nurse had me hand under the tap for must have been about 15-20 minutes, I reckon. They do reckon you should keep your hand under there for about 10 minutes, I think. So if anyone wants to go to the toilet, this is probably gonna help you. Oh dear. So So yeah, don't leave your soldering iron tips on your blue mat, put them back in the rest. Lesson learnt there, I think. I didn't think I was anywhere near it either till I touched it, and then I knew I was pretty close to it. I've got to practice what I preach really, because every time Mrs. Cruncher burns her finger, she always sticks it in her mouth. I said, really, you need to be under running water with it. So she'd better tell me off now. It's the same finger that I cut with my pruning saw in the week as well, last week. Seems to be a bit of an injured finger, this one. Well, it could have been a lot worse than that, couldn't it? Let's see, a couple more minutes and I'll be back. This is certainly proving to be tricky to recap, isn't it? This is a problem, there's no room in them really. Right, that'll do. Yeah, I might have got away with that. Might have got away with that. We'll see later if it blisters up. I can see where I touched it. Oopsie. Hi, Richard. Diffuses a bomb. Yeah, so just caught the edge of my finger there, look. Just a little tiny bit there. Just on that soldering iron tip. This one. Right. Let's continue. So we want that soldering iron tip back. I could do with a decent tip carousel really, because the one that they give you with the actual soldering iron isn't great. It's one of the reasons why I'm reluctant to put them back in there, because sometimes you burn your fingers putting them back in the rest. Rub some butter on it. You've had a 100-watt Weller. Watching videos of Iceland waterfalls on your tablets help you go. Do you want to know where is Nurse Cruncher? She's gone to work, Derek. She's gone to work, mate. She's had to go in. Oh, hello. Don't want to see that. Hell no. Yeah, she's had to go in today. They're doing some sort of stock take thing. But you know, just caught the edge. I don't know if you can see that or not. It's just gone a little bit white there. So I caught it in time, I think. I got it under the water. Had it under there for a few minutes, so should be okay. Just be good for no fingerprints now, won't it? I better have some more lager. Let's carry on. Right, we're in the Mad Valley, aren't we still? Not Chad Valley, Mad Valley. Mad Valley. Butter is a myth. Hi, Ralph. A fast burst of freezer spray stops skin death. Yeah, see, as it's warming back up again, it is getting quite sore. There's really not a lot you can do apart from keep it in water, really. Right, these two next. C12 by the looks of it. C121 and C31. So we've got our two weird ones. So we've got a 4.7 at 35 and a 10 at 16. 4.7 at 35. Okay, that was going to be tricky as well. Where's me eyes gone? Pure lavender oil, coat tap for 5 minutes. Yeah, I've just done that, Ralph. It's coming back to life again now. It's a bit sore. It's a bit sore. Right. I should be able to get in there with the normal soldering iron. It's going to be easier to tin it first though. Twang! Strange, he's on the board, but it doesn't look straight. Or is it just me? Just me. He's well on there. Yeah, good. Cool. Yeah, that is a bit sore. I did catch it in time, I think. There's my finger. Hey, can you see my finger? That's me cut, and there's me burn on the end of it now, look. Dear, oh dear. This cruncher will be telling me off. There, look. That's why you don't touch soldering irons. Naughty. Right, and what did we say the last one was? 10 at 16, didn't we? Or me. That's got the worst of them done then. That's the main cluster of them. I'd say we've got a couple little ceramics in there just to keep us on our toes. Fetchy accident, but yeah. Okay. Beautiful, folks. And it is a 10 at 16, it is indeed. We'll solder on that one. Ground plane is quite big on this thing, surprisingly. Struggling to heat that back of that one though. It's got it. Okay, that's all 6 of those done. Right, we haven't got that many left to do now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to go. I've got to put those 2 back in a minute. So let's do those. So that was that way around. Okay, it's not liking the ground plane again, so I'm going to have to get the big soldering iron tip out. I'm going to put this one back in the rack this time. I'll make that mistake again. But you know, probably will. I'll do it again, I'm sure. So I'm just resoldering in the capacitors that I pulled out. So it's this one here that I'm just doing at the moment. Is it? No, it's this one here. Right, so it's this one that I was struggling to heat up with the other one. That's certainly got it. Is it a flush? Yep. And this one, it's a little ruby con, but I think it's got to be a stumpy one, that. So catch that one. Not enough solder on the tip. There we are. So those 2 back in, as we were. That's all the valley of caps done. I should have done this one here, shouldn't I? Before I put that one back in. Oh well. Ah well. What's that? Is that a twister or is that a hot air? Yeah, we can get those 2 off the hot air, 220 and a 22. Let's get them off of the hot air. Turn that off now. So just put a little bit of silver tape. Stop me burning that cap that I've just put back in. Does a bishop's finger help with burned fingers? No, I think I'm going to have to go with old Tom. Or proper job. Or actually, I could... Mrs. Cruncher's got me a Belgian beer, actually. I think that's going to be my next one. I need to go down to the fridge for that one. A Duvel. Sore finger no go? Oh, I think it's a double goater, that one, really, isn't it? Really. Because that was a poor show, really. A double goater, you're dead right there. So multi-sin, I do need to get the heat out of the skin as quickly as possible. I usually rub a finger burner around the ice on the inside of a freezer. Cheers, Tony. Making it look easy. It is easy. Well, it's not easy when you do your first few, put it that way. But once you've done a few and you're not frightened of them anymore, if you know what I mean. They're not as yes, I know. I won't do it again. They're not as delicate as you think they are, really. And provided you don't go mental with the heat on the hot air gun. I mean, I'm trying to think who it was that was using a proper sort of Black & Decker gun to get these off. I mean, they were doing it quite easily. Black & Decker desoldering. Right, so I've just put a little bit of foil around that one, just to protect that capacitor. I don't want to melt it for the hell of it. I'm going to get these two off now, C64 and C119. So 220 at 4. I've got a picture of those, but I will take another one just so it's the first picture. Get off. It's opening the security camera now. Stop it. Right. Where are we? 220 and a 22. Right. Let's just hit that off with a hot air a minute. Let's move that out of the way. Nothing anywhere near them, really. Pretty straightforward. Not easy with only... Dip your finger into a jar of liquid nitrogen. I don't actually have any to hand. Danish. Plus it would probably give me frostbite, I would think. So if you do overheat these will blow off the board as well. In fact, it's probably easier to get that small one out of the way first, because if anything's going to pop, it'll be that one. That'll be the next thing. I'll blow one of these off, but I have got the... It's come in. There we go, so that's that one. This one should be close now. Let's move in. It's a bit tough, this one. Just going to put some solder on that one. He's pretty corroded, that one. So go in with a bit of flux, and I'm just going to touch up some solder around that one. It's got a bit of corrosion around it, so it's not lifting easily. If I heat it up anymore, it's just going to go pop, and I've got the massive great soldering iron tip on here still. Now it'll come off. We don't want to. There she blows. Right. Still got the massive great soldering iron tip on, but I'll get that off in a minute. I want it to just... There she blows. Let's get it cleaned. Bottler, bottler. Gotta love it when you're that popular that you get sexy chat. Come on. What a nick. Stop the madness. Nick's on it. He's done it. Nick's hit it up. little bit of corrosion on that pad there, I think. Let's just try that again with a bit of solder. Just on the corner there. Bit of flux. Not that it matters, the pad's there, but it's just that corner's a bit crusty. It's got corroded. It's going to come back. Be careful because I don't want to lift the pad. No. Oh well, plenty of meat there for it. So it was, what did I fly that one to? It's a 220 at 4 volt and a 22 at 6 volt. So I've got 220 at 4 volt, I've got 220 at 6.3. 4 volt ones seem difficult to get hold of. Same footprint though. Change tips. Go back to me. Go back to the one that burnt me. This is the one that I had all the trouble getting hold of as well. No, I think, yeah, well done, Nick. Yeah, Nick has hidden it, so it shouldn't come back again, but no. Unfortunately, it is a byproduct of streaming. You do get these things come in. Well done, Nick, for jumping on it quick, really. And a 22 at 6 volts. Block the sight. So that one, it's quite therapeutic doing these, I think, anyway. It's good therapy for when you've burnt your finger off. It helps you get over it, see? But no, that was a silly thing to do, really, leaving the soldering iron tip on my mat. It's a lesson that I've learnt today. I do it occasionally. I do it with the soldering tool as well. Very often I'll leave that in between rather than putting it back on the rest. But it's not really any rush. The goats are trying to get in on the action now. Come on. Thank you. Alright, that's those two done. Take our bit of tape out of the way. Okay, so we got some more coming up here. Right by this ceramic thing again, so I'm going to use that little bit of foil again to go that way. And come in with another bit. To just cover up that other coil, because the last thing we want is an open circuit coil. Coil? Coil is a Devonshire coil. A bit like the Devonshire valves. Right. Okay. It's got a metal can anyway, that one's probably not a problem, but just give it a little bit of extra. So what I want to do is just hit those three, because that one's corroded. I'm going to hit all three of those with the hot air and pull them off all at once again. That's the plan. I don't understand if I think anybody's going to click on it. They've got to be crackers, haven't they? So we got two 47s and a 1. Let's get the hot air on again. A bit of smoke escaping there. Come on, let go, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. In fact, I might actually take this last one off as well while I'm here. I think that's all of them then. 4 to go. Then we've got to try and get the thing back together then. It's going to be fun. All right, okay. I really don't see the point in them, to be honest. I can't see what they gain. Doesn't do any harm to us, really, does it? Right, let's clean these up then. We're in here, aren't we? In there at the moment. Yeah, a bit of corrosion on that one. Nothing there. Plenty of corrosion on that one. So I'm going to need to check the via there, I think. Just that one there. And the other one's down here. This one's got a bit of corrosion as well. What I'm doing is just trying to re-tin the pad. That's why I'm scrubbing around on it. So yeah, that one was quite bad. Jaden, sub-only mode gets rid of 90% of bots. Yeah, sub-only mode means that the only people that can watch are subscribers, though, doesn't it? So, don't really want to restrict it that much, to be fair. Obviously, I'd like everybody to be subscribers, but I don't want to restrict the video like that. I haven't got enough subscribers, I don't think, Jaden, to warrant that, really. But saying that, got nearly 4,400 now, I think. So this channel's coming on nice. So you can see what, yeah, you can see what so I'm just clearing off the pads. Right. So I've only got my hot air set at 380, so I think that's why I'm not really pushing anything else off the board. I think if it was much hotter and the air was a bit higher, then I'd start pushing other stuff off the board, but I sort of find that that's okay. Right. So I've got 4 to do, and then we can start putting it back together and see if all that has paid off, really. So I'm just going to go and grab a beer from downstairs, because Mrs. Cruncher very kindly got me a couple really nice ones. She is good to me, our Mrs. Cruncher, you know, she does look after me. It's a shame she's had to go into work today, because it's normally her day off on a Sunday. It gives me a chance to put this finger in the freezer as well, look. It's raining out there now. Birdie's are happy enough though. Hello, Coco. Coco's come to see me. He's like, what are you up to, Daddy? What's Daddy up to, Coco, eh? What have you done with Maddie? Mad Maddie. Where's Mad Maddie gone? Mrs. Cruncher's even done me tea, look. Got it all ready for me. Hello, Maddie. There she is. The mad one. Mad Maddie. Yeah, Mrs. Cruncher. Well, that's a bit beaten up, isn't it? It's got me a layer cake. That's my absolute favourite. My absolute... What do you think, Coco? Layer cake or Duvel? Maddie likes a layer cake. Yeah, okay. We'll take them both up then. You forced me. You forced me hand. They are nice and cold though, so I can get my finger on it. That's the idea. Oh, that is nice. Cool my poor finger down. Poor fingy. Poor fingy. Yeah, they are nice. They're both injured at the moment. Subbing is all about Google getting data to sell you electronic ads. I don't seem to get electronic ads on mine though, Rich. I get all sorts of weird and wonderful. You think, how the hell is that? How is it even slightly associated to the channel? It's crazy sometimes. Exactly. What about people that don't want to sub? Oh, I understand. Yeah. So if they're not subbed, they can't chat, but they can still watch. Okay. I'm with you, Jaden. Sorry, mate. Right. I understand now. I'm with you. Right. Great. Cheers for clearing that up. Yeah. Tough cookies. Just catching up with the chat, people. No, I think it's possibly a good idea, Jaden, actually. But I think most people that are that chat here are subbed anyway, really. We don't get a lot of bots like that, really. We get an occasional one, so... What's layer cake? Layer cake is absolutely like a magic drink, Tony. You need to get some of that in you, mate. Look at that stuff. That has got to be one of my all-time favourite drinks, that is. I'm just cooling my finger down at the moment with the Duvel Brewdog Layer Cake. My brother Trev, Geekology is his channel, if you're not subscribed. He introduced me to it to start with. I'd never heard of it, but it's I don't know how to describe it really. It's marshmallow and chocolate stout. It's quite strong. It's 7% volume, but it's a lovely beer. But I've also got this one, which Mrs. Cruncher's got me, Duvel Belgian Strong Blonde. Yeah, it's really nice, Richard. You need to try some. No. Made by Brewdog, but they make some really nice stouts. Really nice. If you haven't tried that, once you've tried it, you would definitely get it again. Anybody that drinks real ales will absolutely love that. But I'm going to crack this one a minute. So Mrs. Cruncher picked me up both of those as a surprise the other day. I don't know, I think they had some offer on somewhere. I'm going to stick it in the purity glass, Tony. Sorry about that. Can't be a strong blonde. I do like Belgian beers, though. Belgians make some amazing beers. They really are up there with the best of them, aren't they, the Belgians? So sorry, Tony, but it's had to go in the purity glass. Don't tell them. If you don't tell them, I won't. But we do want some of their artwork. Does that mean Brewdog is much thicker at the bottom? You won't tell them. Thanks, Tony. Anyway, cheers, everybody. Here's to burnt fingers. Burnt fingers and SMD caps. God, that's nice. I should have left the layer cake in the fridge, really. But it seems to me keep going up and down the stairs. I'll get too much exercise else, and that wouldn't be good for me, would it? I've actually done a lot of walking recently. Mrs. Cruncher had all of last week off and 2 days this week, so we've been out quite a lot with the dogs, and the The dogs are sadly injured now. I've got 2 injured Labradors. Basically through going mental and scrabbling in and out of the water. So it's done it, pardon me. Coco, the male, he sprained his paw, or his leg. I think it's his paw he sprained. So he's limping at the moment. And Maddie broke a claw. So Maddie's got a broken claw and Coco's got a sprained leg. So neither of them can go out walking at the moment. So they're absolutely climbing the walls. You know what labs are like. They like to be out. You can't keep them out of the water. They're like, as soon as they see the water, they're in. Right. Let me just get my photo back up then and we'll sort. Hang on, why has that gone to Facebook? I only wanted pictures. I don't want Facebook. Phone's doing all sorts of weird things now. So let's get, come on. Okay, so we've got 2 47s at 4 again, so I'm going to have to go with SMDs, SMD tantalums again for those, because the other ones won't fit on the pads. Let's go back to the, no, that's not the one we want that one. Okay, I think you're with me, aren't you? Pretty much in shot, so we want to be there really. I'll tell you what, it's difficult with the lighting with this. Let me just put the light on the actual thing itself. Is that better or is that worse? Not really. Doesn't help. I mean, I've got to try and see as well. That's the only thing. That'll do. That's good enough. Good job I got the field. Yeah, I know. What's happening? I don't know, Benji. What's happening? What have you done? What have you done? Right, let's have a look at these then. So that one's a 47 with a positive there. And that's a 47 with a positive there. I think that other one's a 47 as well. We're still at it, Benji. It's got 4 more. Four more SMD caps to do, and then we've got to work out how to get the thing back together. Still don't know where that spring came from. I need to find out where the spring came from. Anybody got any ideas where the spring came from? Right. So let's go in with that one. And that one. So if I just touch it, hopefully the surface tension will pull it in. There she is. That's that one. Drop the other one on while we're at it. So say with these, the line is the positive. Don't like that one very much.
better. I don't like that one very much.
Okay, that's those two. What was the other one? A 1 at 50. Okay, so I'm going to go with a normal well, not normal electrolytic, an SMD electrolytic for that one. So we've got a mixture of caps on this one now, haven't we? Right old hodgepodge. Right, let's stick some flips on that first. Graham. Stop moving. Stop it moving. Done. Can't see around the back, so excuse me. That one. Right, okay, what was the last one then? Fancy surface tension. It ain't that fancy. Just going to find what that cap was now. I did take pictures of the whole board, so it should be here. Where is it then? Is it down there? Okay, it's that one there. Would you believe it? Just areas. Another 47 at 4 volts. It's another SMD tantalum going in there. That way round. So let's just tin the positive again. A little bit wonky, that one. Can't out myself. Sorry, Rich. Just can't out myself. Got to be straight. Straight as I can get it anyway. OCD's kicking in. There we go. Recapped. Didn't take long, did it? I think I've got them all. Certainly got some variety in there now anyway. I've left that one in purely because it's a height issue. All the other caps are done. And that one is measuring okay, so that's fine. Yaz, how you doing, mate? So let's put that one back in. I need to get some more of those. Right. I need to get some at 0.47s. So a bit of a clear up then. Get some room on the bench. And the moment of truth. Have I totally knackered it up? Or are we back in business? Fully working? I hope we are. If all else fails, at least we've got some layer cake to fall back on. Right. Let's get me lint-free cloth just to go over that. Sticky fingers all over that. I can see the polarizing layer on that, so I don't want to. Let's put a little tiny bit of isopropyl on that. The spring could be for the eject button. Ah, good call. Good call. Where is the eject button? What part of the radio is that on? That's that clean. Put nasty fingerprints off of there and dust. Where is the eject button? That is going to be in here, isn't it? No, the eject button's got its own sort of spring thing altogether there. I think it goes on this little spindle here on the volume pot. Can you see? I mean, it does look like it'll fit on there. Yeah, it does look like it goes on there, maybe. We'll leave it on there for a minute and I'll look at the assembly instructions in a minute. Right, let's work out how the hell to get this thing back together then. Can anybody remember how I took it apart? I mean, I've only got 6 screws left and it's assembled. Yeah, I think there's a bit more to it than that. Right. First to go on is this. What we ought to just give that pot there a little squirt. I think that is the volume, but it's a very, very unusual to have a volume pot like that, really, isn't it? Normally it's a bit more substantial. So this, I believe, is the volume pot, which is just a little tiny variable resistor. Seems very, thank you, Gavin. Seems very dodgy, doesn't it? Cheers, Gavin. I'm going to need to get some more tantalum, so let's just give that a little squirt of deoxit fader F5. I don't know which camera I'm on now. I want to be on the main camera, really. So it looks, I mean, this is an accident waiting to happen, isn't it, really? So basically what happens is that little tiny spindle sits in there. It doesn't seem substantial enough. Yeah, it doesn't. I'm not happy with that. That's not great, is it? You think that little tiny plastic spindle could easily come off of there. My poor finger, look. My poor finger. Ah. Big fail. It is, isn't it, Nick? I thought that. I take it that is the volume pot. It must be, but yeah, that's not great, is it? They've let themselves down there, really. Yeah, unusual. Right, let me think how this goes back together then. So it goes that way. That's got to clip in underneath there. Let's clip that in first then. So little infrared sensors. Sorry you can't see what I'm doing here because it's round the other way, but I'm just clipping this piece back in, and it doesn't want to go back in really. Be careful because it's all nasty little plasticky stuff. Right, that's in. Got a little bit of battery corrosion there. Shouldn't need to get that with vinegar. Isopropyl should neutralise that okay. Yeah, and a little bit in there. I think this radio's been caught just in time. Well, I'm hoping it has anyway. Right. So that's now got to sit somehow over there like that. Does that go in behind that cap there, or does it sit in front? Half of the struggle with these is the wiring inside them, because if you don't get the wires in the right place, they can bind up and you will not get it back together. So I think this wiring's got to go in behind that cap. So use my plastic spudgery thing. So I think that's got to go in behind that cap there. Okay, well something just clipped into place there, so that was obviously the right thing to do, but I need to get in a little bit further just to get the rest of those wires out of the way. There we go. Okay, so that one's caught under there. Looking good. We are looking good. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Doug. It just seems a bit strange that they went to all that trouble for that, like, touch screen memory thing, which has obviously cost them a lot of money to manufacture. Why have they gone with that, I wonder? Right, this needs to be carefully blown off. Thanks, Gavin. Oh. Cool. You can tell it's a new can of air. That's blown it clean out of my hand. Right, actually I need to do the volume thingy first, don't I? I wonder if that does go down through there. I need to just get the drawing out, just see if I can find out where that spring goes a minute. There's a little spring on that, but I think that's still in there, isn't it? Just having a quick look at the instructions and see if I can find out where the hell this spring went. There's a little spring there. Goes on to 17. There's a little lever. Where am I? There, up atop there. Okay, I think it goes in that little hole there. I don't really know what it does though. What would that do? Absolutely nothing. Or is it something to do with this display? Ah, right, okay, yeah, it does go in there. Yeah, it's something to do with this. Okay, I found it. It goes in there, I think. And there's another one as well, number 38, 37, 38. Yeah, it's got to be that one. There's no other springs listed on there. Right, okay. We're in business. We're back in business. We're back in business. It's always great, isn't it, when a little spring jumps up at you, but luckily their service manuals are so good, it's not an issue. CAD, evening, etc. It's just a quirky little radio, isn't it, really? It's very unusual. So they're obviously pushing the boundaries a little bit. Is that just the volume? It's not got much travel. It is volume. Just try it round the other way. Ah, that's better. Okay, all experimental. Never worked on one of these before. So let's see if we can work out how the hell this springy thing went in. And this is a bit of a fun and games thing. So it sort of went in there somewhere. Went in like that. And it went over and down like that. Done. And this one in. Okay. Got to solder this back on yet, and the speaker tails. We'll do that on the other side of the board. Right, let's have a look at this then, because there was some muck on here. So a very fine, clean brush, really. To clean the muck off the back of that. So I'm trying to see where this film, is this film on the top? Is it sandwiched in between? Okay, it looks like there's two layers. So it looks like this is two separate circuit boards here, but they're very fine film and it is scratched. I'd be very tempted to ever go at cleaning the scratch off with that, but I'm not going to. What I will do is just go over it with a bit of Goo Gone. Let's go with Goo Gone. Goo Gone? Goo Gone, where are you? Anybody seen the Goo Gone? I think he's gone. Now, what have I been using the Goo Gone for? It's normally I pinch it and go to use it for Mrs. Cruncher for something. Getting sticky labels off things. I don't really want to use anything. I don't want to use anything too. I don't want to use isopropyl because that'll fog the glass. That'll fog the plastic a little bit. What have I done with that then? I definitely did take it downstairs because I can remember having it down here. I can remember losing it and Mrs. Cruncher saying I was looking right at it. Hi, Matty. Let's turn the light on for you. The Goo Gone is gone. Just shut the door now, it's getting a bit chilly. It's getting a chip billy. Must be up here somewhere then. It's another one of my man looks. Another man look. I can definitely remember using it not very long ago to get a label off. The reason I'm looking for the Goo Gone is because it's surface safe, but it's so surface safe that I can't find it. So I'm just going to have to use a wet wipe instead. Cheers, Tony. Catch you later, mate. Sorry, I was searching for the Goo Gone, mate. Have a good one, Tony. Right, well I can't find the Goo Gone, so I'm just going to go with a wet wipe. A what wipe? A wet wipe. Wait. Just because where the window fits it, it's just got a lot of dirt around the edges. A wet wipe shouldn't hurt it. I shouldn't scratch it. And then if I polish it with one of my non-scratch plastic cleaning thingy-me-jiggies. All right. Where'd that go to? Oh, I've got to put the, well, this is going to be fun. Putting this ribbon cable back in, isn't it? So it's got to go in that way up. So normally these ribbon cables, you've got like a bit of something to grab onto, but this one hasn't. It's got no reinforcement at all. Only it's like a reinforced piece that you push on, but this one hasn't. Come on, please go in. Should I have taken that out? I have to take it out. What am I going to get that in with? I'm going to need to grip it with something. What am I going to do that with? Let's get my flat tweezers, wherever they've gone. Yeah, that's tough pushing that back in, I can tell you. That does not want to go back in. I need to have another drink of beer. I'm going to have to use my fat. Could probably be better off with some thicker tweezers. Let me just go and get some thicker tweezers a minute, if I can find them. I just need something that'll grip it a bit closer down, that I can put a bit more force on, really. My stamp collecting tweezers. The old stamp tweezers. Hello, Matty. Daddy'll be down in a minute, don't we worry. You'll be down in a minute. Right, let's have a look. Ah, just the ticket. Look at those beauties. Yes. Yep. The old stamp tweezers. So I'm a bit of a stamp collector on the quiet as well. She's back in again. Sexy chat. XYZ. Nick's got her again. So these have got like spoon-ended tips on them. So I was wondering if these will allow me to get in there. I just can't get really close enough. Can I give it a bit of stick there? Is he going? Is he going? Has he just gone in? Nearly. By Jove, I think I've got it. That is not easy to get in at all. I'm not 100% sure if it's right in. I think it is. We'll soon know if it isn't in properly because the display won't work. Okay, right, let's get some of this wired back in. Speaker next. Let's give that a little bit of a brush off. Get rid of dust on the speaker. I probably shouldn't have breathed that in, really. Okay. Oh God, yeah, definitely shouldn't have breathed that in. Don't really want to put that down on anything dirty. We're nearly there. So near, so far. 2 men in black at the door. Doug, got to go to get. Great to chat. 2 men in black at the door. Sounds ominous, Tony. As long as it's not the men in white coats to come and take you away, mate, you're all right. Right. I think the ribbon cable is in, but that was tricky to get in, that, to be fair. Pretty tricky. Right, let's get a different solder iron tip to do this. Let's go back to my normal tip. Go back to the everyday tip. Good old chisel tip, 1.5 mil, something like that. No, bigger than that. Maybe 3 mil. Right, because I did pull that out, didn't I? It's back in there. So let's give that a bit of solder, because I did desolder that. Some bigger solder. So that was loaded right up with solder. Got a little wire there that goes in it as well. Right, looks like I've got another fingerprint on there. Let's look at this. I'll give this a wipe around first. We're nearly there. I'm just going to give it a bit of a clean up in the areas where I won't be able to reach once it's back in the case. Got to do a bit of cleaning. Right. We've gone quiet again. Okay, so that goes back on there. And Les reckon this was a bit of a smoker's radio because you can see that the colour of this piece is different than this base. It's almost like it's a different material. This is a shiny sort of surface. I think it's just different plastic and it's discoloured with age, maybe. Right, what else can I clean in there? Anything else that I can't get at when it's back together? Yeah, there's definitely been some battery leakage in here in the past. I can see it down there. Little bits of alkaline out of Duracells, no doubt. Make sure we get all that scraped out. I don't want to leave any of that in. Oh, listen to that rain coming down now. Hell. Yeah, that's not coming out, that. So I'm gonna have to get I'm gonna have to get down and dirty with it. I have to get the old I'm gonna have to get the old vinegar out. Excuse me for getting my guts out on the camera there, but you know, it's just got to be done every so often. I've got some boiled linseed oil up there and it just does not want to sit straight. Right. Nice. It's going to make this smell like fish and chips now. It's going to make me hungry. Where's that paintbrush gone? So I'm just going to use this to dissolve the alkaline from the batteries, which it does immediately. It's actually fizzing. Oh God, it stinks as well. Do not want that getting on the circuit board or especially onto that front panel. Right, we now need to neutralise the acid, so we'll do that with a bit of isopropyl. Acid from the vinegar, that is. Yeah. Rob Cross sent me a picture of his radio the other day with brand new Duracells leaked inside it. Obviously new old stock or something. I don't know what went on there, but right, that's that bit. I can also see there's a little tiny bit along this edge here, look. Along there. Oh, I just stuck that in that. Just paint that along there just to get rid of that. So just go over that battery connector. So it did have a little bit of corrosion on it in that one. So using acid neutralizes the alkaline from the batteries. You do have to then neutralize the acid in the vinegar. Boing. So just do that with a bit of isopropyl. I'm not going to flood that with isopropyl because I don't want it going inside the case. We just go back over that. Get rid of the acid. Very close to that ribbon cable as well. There we go. Right. should all go back together now. Screwdriver. How are we all doing? Yes, definitely, Doug. Lithium all the way. I did try explaining that to Rob the other day, but let's get her back together. She's nearly there. So who thinks it's going to work then? Who thinks it's not going to work? What's the verdict? Will she or won't she? So you notice I'm going anti-clockwise to start with till I can hear the little bump. Then I'm going back through this in the same thread because you don't want to be putting double threads on the plastic bits. Don't do these up too tight either, because what you'll end up with is a nice little bulge in the front of the case. Right, place your bets, we're nearly there. Back together, working. Check the cords go in and eject okay. Yes, they do. I need to put another bit of foam on here, but that's just to keep the batteries in, so I'm not going to worry about that for a minute. So we're going to use it on the power supply. So here we go. Will she or won't she? You reckon it's all good, Les? Carther, how you doing, mate? It will work. She'll work. It's nervous times, isn't it? Nervous times. Have we cracked it? It should do. It's had a lot of work put into it, isn't it? We've been on it now. It was 7 o'clock. I went live at 2, didn't I? So we've been at it 5 hours. Right. Displays come up. Oh, we have volume. Right, radio 1. No. Oh. Okay, FM. So let's go 100, which we know is classic FM. No. We've definitely got our audio back. No, it's not. It's not working. Sounds to me like the IF is down on it. So let's try something on shortwave. Let's go 11,900. Let's fire the signal generator up a minute. Can anybody give me a strong shortwave station at the moment, not amateur, that I can tune into just to see if this thing's working while I set the sig gen up? And I'll stick a signal out and see if we can hear it. Yeah, the aerial's just a push fit, Nick. I'm just going to stick the sig gen on a minute. And let's try, what does it go up to? 17,900. So let's go 1,500 then. 100, 1.5 megahertz. What? 1.5 megahertz. Let's try 1,500. 1.5, that's 15 megahertz in it, not 1.5. We want 15 megahertz actually. So let's go 15 megahertz. And let's chuck out a monster signal. Certainly not found that. I mean, that's 50 millivolts, it should hear that. Mm, 30% AM. Okay. So it could be those two caps, couldn't it? DX local switch. Where's the DX? There is no DX local switch, Les, is there? No, there's no DX local switch on this one, Les. So let's go back to FM again. Let's go with, say, 99. So let's go 99 megahertz. We need to put this in wide mode. It's not picking up the signal generator. Let's have a tune around, see if it's off frequency. It's drifting, I think. Okay, let's just make sure that my signal generator is working okay. What have we got here that's got battery in it? Not that. We've got this one. Yeah, signal generator is definitely working. No, it didn't. It didn't, Doug. It didn't work. We had no volume before, so we've gained volume now. So we've definitely got volume. You can hear there's a station in there, but it's drifting. No, it's definitely not. There is something there. You can hear stuff, but it's not tuning. It's just like the IF is down on it. It's really, when we get to 99, it should be picking up the. I mean, that should be picking up the. Yeah, I can get it to pick it up by touching it. But it's deaf as a post. And I think it's off frequency as well. So that should be classic FM at 100. Is it 10.7 IF? Let's have a look. 10.7. So yeah, there's no IF going through it. Wow. It looks like it's not a fix. Oh, let's just pop the back so the touch screen's working, so we know the ribbon cable's gone back in okay. Michael, little spring. No, I think the little spring is just to do with the eject mechanism, Michael. Northern Rambler, try 9.5 Radio China 9500. I did try. It's not picking it up, is it? It's not picking it up at all. So the only thing that I can think that I have done that might prevent it was those two little capacitors. Would that stop it, do you think? Has changing those caps done anything? And what I was going to try and do was just have a quick look. It could well be that one of the caps taken something else out though, couldn't it? It could well be. We've definitely got our audio back anyway, so we've sorted that side of it out, but we need a working radio really. I'm going to have a quick look at it. I'm not going to dwell on it for much longer, so don't worry. But I'm just going to have a probe around with this signal tracer to see if I can find any signals in it. That's the idea. I did try that, Doug. I just tried that at 10.7 megs on FM, and it didn't hear it at all. Even with it right next to the air, chucking out 50 millivolts, which is a fairly hefty signal. A fairly hefty signal. At least taking the back off would give me access to the main board. I'm taking all that, am I? Hang on. No, there's one under there, isn't there? Of course there is. Always got to have a hidden screw, haven't they? Always got to have a hidden screw. It's compulsory. I don't think so, Multi. I was pretty convinced I got them all the right way round. Okay. So you've got no antenna connected now, but that shouldn't stop us hearing a signal when it's especially on FM. So let's connect the power supply back up again. Let's turn it back on. Let's go with 1, which is classic FM. So I mean, should we maybe just connect a bit of wire to that a sec? Again? Yes, they were, Victor. Just connect a little wire into that a minute. If I can find one. Never find a wire when you want one. Just a little bit. We'll have a little poke around, see what we can find. Just give it a little FM aerial for a minute, just a temporary one. Right, I'm just going to skip to the loo a minute and I'll be back. We'll have a little poke around and see what we can find. Then I'm going to have to knock it on the head for tea if we can't find anything straight away. Could well have taken something out though, that's the trouble. Because those caps were absolutely shot. Right, time for pokey. So let's see if we can find anything on this. So where should we be looking for a signal? Should we be looking on that main chip? Could those dodgy caps have taken that mental IC out? I mean, a lot of it's underneath this shield here, isn't it? That's going to be the front end, I would have thought. Yeah, you can bet your life it's under this shield that we want to get to, really. Let's just lift that shield off a minute. We can have a good old poke around then. Are you still all with me? Oh, hello, wrong one. No. Oh well. That's where I want to be. All that effort for 56 people. What are you saying, Rich? You're not blocking them. They all have the same name. Okay. Yeah. Oh well. Oh well. Right, let's whip this cover off a minute. Not compared to some of the Sony heat shields, these aren't great either. I still think it's a quirky little radio. I'd like to get it going. I quite like it. I'm sort of got attached to it now. Strange, it's not fixed on this side at all. Okay. Let me see what we've got under here then. So that's the LCD. This is the main processor. We've got a fuse in there. DC to DC converter. Okay. Let me just quickly check because I'm waiting for a message from eBay. So let me just quickly have a look at that. eBay 10. New message. It's Mrs. Cruncher's tent. Right, just trying to see where that IC is. So we've got CN1, which is going to be the amplifier. Was that on another board? Yeah, there's another board in there, isn't there? Or is there? LCD. Speaker, so that's the audio section. Where's the IF then? 10.7.
So it looks like this is the FMIF around this area. Bandpass filter 1 FM. So we should get some FM signals somewhere around here. Let's put some power on it then. Let's go with 100. Let's get the old signal tracer out. Let's find a ground point. That should be ground. Nothing there. We've got a lot of volume on Q43, but no signal. No, we're in the audio station. We need to be back here somewhere, I think. Right. It does look like there's some dodgy joints on that ceramic filter there, actually. It looks like we've got some dry joints on that one. Let me just solder them up a minute. Definitely got some dry joints on that one by the looks of it. I can't get it under the microscope. It's got that typical it's got that typical sort of like bullseye around it on those two pins. Mac Vision, how you doing, mate? Keith Brandle, how you doing, mate? Protection fuse in the front end, it would make sense if it was blown. Yeah, there is some, but I think that's on the display. I can test that in a minute. What was I going to do? I was just going to reflow these on that ceramic filter. They were definitely dodgy looking. CF5. There's also a bit of muck come through the board here. D out. That's detector out, isn't it? So should I have something on the detector out? We've got RF on the detector out, but no signal. AF in. FM oscillator, hang on then. What have we got up here? L10. That's going to be... Ceramic filter, 455. No. CT1. Mute. No, I can't find any signals anywhere in this thing. Well, not where I'm thinking they should be. Okay, there's no point just stabbing around in the dark on it. Let's have a look at the schematic. It seems to do stuff when I move it. Bizarre. Sounds like it's trying. Thing is, it's a double-sided board. There's stuff on both sides, so I'd need to pull it all apart again, really. Strange. Well, unfortunately, it does happen from time to time, but that is a big fail. Give it a tap. Right, let me just catch up with the chat because I've had my head in that for a bit. Let's have a look. Danish. Victim terror, yeah, not good. Spam bots. Do a quick check for one of the caps in backwards. It's easy to put one wrong. We've all done it. Says a protection fuse. Yeah, we'll just double check that fuse. Let's just double check that. Stick up continuity. It's on the CPU. Yeah, he's good, Doug. That fuse is 0 volts resistor. That's pretty much what they are, isn't it? 0 volts, 0 ohms. That's going to take a fair bit of fault finding, I think, to get anywhere further on that. Certainly not going to happen today. I've got to go and have me tea. Have me tea. Mrs. Cruncher is moving out, Michael.
Yes, you're moving into the field. Oh, CB radios, yeah. You want to, it depends what you're into, Jaden. If you want to just get out there and talk all over the world, etc., etc., then a lot of people are getting these new CRT 9900s and that. But if you want a proper old retro one, then go for something like a Rotel 240, Harrier CBX. What's the other ones? York 863. Any of them are really good. President, yeah, if you want to, it depends where you want to be on the bands. Legal CB is 27 megahertz, Jaden. Looking like the VCOs out of Loch Less could be. Yeah, no worries, Rich. It's one of those things, isn't it? I got a nice modified finger as well, which is quite good. I've got a nice I've got a new fingerprint going on now. But yeah, it's something that's been taken out by a capacitor, and all the caps were so bad in that. I'm not surprised, to be fair. I mean, it's not going to be that difficult, but it is quite a complex thing. If it's taken that IF chip out, then it's game over, really. That's what I was worried about, and that's really where I want to be getting at. Because if we look at this, I mean, this is this main chip. Look at what that does. You know, just look at what that thing does. It does absolutely everything. Look. So it's the FM IF detector, it's the AM IF detector, and it's the power amplifier as well. So everything goes through this thing. We've got a ripple filter. Look. I mean, we've got all the voltages. So really, I think to continue this, we need to have a look at all these voltages around this area. I certainly think what you're saying to check the capacitors are in the correct way. I could certainly do that. I think I've got them right, but you just never know, do you? In the whole scale of things. I mean, Les was talking about these varactor diodes giving issues. Look. I mean, we've got bandpass filters here. These can go open. That volume pot is a bit rough, though, isn't it? Jeez. Yeah, look, we've got FETs here. One of these could easily been taken out. Digital transistors as well. It's something that's common, I think, to both modes, though, which points to this thing or a voltage issue. But yeah, I mean, really, it does point to this. So we've got all sorts of ceramics. It's brimming with filters, isn't it? Loads of the blooming things. Do they go wrong? I don't think these type go wrong, but the little orange ones definitely go wrong. AGC, no, don't think it's in the AGC. It's got to be in this section, or because it's common to both, it looks like that, because otherwise you'd have FM working and not AM, or AM and not FM, I think. I mean, I think I'm right, but I'm probably not. But Steve Pounder, thank you, mate. Welcome. So does this set use a FET as a buffer for the IF strip? That would be a good place to start. Whether that is the buffer there, there's no, it does say Q44 is the buffer. Look, that is the one that we just pointed out, Rob. That's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? 2SK508.
Q44. Can I see Q44 on the back of the board, or is it on the front? FM buffer. Yeah, it's on the other side of the board, Rob. We've got to pull it all out again, so I'm not going to do that today. But yeah, I think he's on the other side of the board, that one, Rob. It could be a via. I haven't tested all of the vias, and there's a couple there that got some greasy muck coming out of them. Could be my flux. So yeah, Q44 then definitely worth a test. So we've got 2.8 volts, whether that's FM and 0 for AM or the other way around, I'm not quite sure. Should tell us if I zoom out again. We've got two different types as well, just to confuse matters. There's a type 1 and a type 2 board by the looks of it. Let's just double check those two capacitors that I changed to C38 and C117. Yeah, there is a buffer there, but I don't think that's just doing the record out, I think, that area. Where's the legend? It's over this side, I think. Okay. Yeah, so FM. So on that transistor there, I should be getting 2.8 volts on FM. .9 and 0 and nothing on. So that's it. Does that mean that that's only used for FM? Because it's saying AM isn't working either. This is the thing. It's got to be around this area, whatever it is. Ha ha ha! Sexy. Yeah, cheers, Mac. It's going to be interesting for sure. Yeah, it's a strange circuit, isn't it? And Les was trying to get his head around it yesterday. It is a scary chip. I don't expect you could ever get that chip again. I mean, if anyone wants to do a search, it's a CXA1019M. I could do it. CXA1019M. 9M. Data sheet. I mean, it might be available, I don't know, there's pictures of it, but doesn't mean to say it's for sale. Amazon. Amazon got one apparently. Currently unavailable. Yeah. We don't really need to see the pinout, do we? Because we know the pinout from the circuit diagram. Anyway, it was good fun. I've enjoyed it. I burnt my finger. Yeah. So just did a quick look on eBay. There are used pulls here for around $10. Sounds encouraging, Doug.
There we go. I mean, it could be that chip. I don't know. We really would need to have a good old poke around and do a bit more investigations. We've got voltage regulator circuits in there. We might have a voltage missing from somewhere. We've certainly got the audio back now, which we didn't have before, so we have gained something. Got to look on the positive side. £9.99 on eBay UK. Thanks, Mac. It's not a pre-programmed. There's no EEPROM in it or nothing like that. Then it's purely just an IC. Yeah, I mean, it'd be worth a punt for a tenner, wouldn't it? Thanks, Derek. Anyway, people, that's it for now. Hope you've enjoyed that today. Don't forget to do the usual thumbs up and all the rest of it. Subscribe. If you're not subscribed, then please hit the subscribe button. We might get to 5,000 for Christmas. Look, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Is it Christmas again soon? I don't think so, but it's nearly halfway through the year, isn't it? It's not far off. We'll be on the Christmas lives again before you know it. No worries, Mike. Thank you. Cheers, Ben. Theo. Cheers, Theo. No worries. Cheers, Les. Foxy's out. Right, okay. I'm going to say bye for now, and I'll catch you next Sunday. If you're on Patreon, then there will be stuff coming out in the week. This week, hopefully, I've got plenty to do. I've got someone dropping me an Evolve radio to look at on Wednesday. Someone's coming down from Wales, and they've got a Evolve radio. They want me to just give the once over and recap, that sort of thing. It's not something I normally do, but it is working at the moment, so that's always good. Know the C word. They were playing Christmas music in the pub. I've got to love the Christmas music. Sorry about the C word, Cyber. We love Christmas because you get a live stream every day on Christmas. So, you know, it's always to look forward to. Cheers all. So yeah, there will be stuff coming out in the week on Patreon, so look out for that if you're one of my Patreon subscribers. If you're not, you need to be. Catch you all soon. Bye for now.